The time is 6:02 p.m. I'm going to call the meeting to order. Director Bias, could you please take attendance?
Jessica Dressley. Here. Becky Beisel here. Carrie Tate. Here. Mike Reese. Here. Lisa Hedin.
Here.
Stephanie Mum. Here. Brian Davis.
Present. Thank you. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. The first thing on our agenda is to approve the minutes from the March 23rd, 2022 regular board meeting and the April 13th, 2022 special board meeting. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Does the agenda have to go first? I don't think it has to go first. I'm sorry, I got a first and a second. I apologize.
I'd like to add something to the agenda.
We're doing the minutes.
We're in the minutes right now, Mike. We'll get to the agenda in 1 second. So all those in favor of the minutes, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Passes. Now we will move to approval of the agenda for this evening. Is there a motion?
So move.
Motion to add to the agenda.
Director Reese, in 1 second. We just need to get a second to the motion, and then we can talk about that. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Okay, Director Reese, agenda items.
One, I think that we need to talk about the code of conduct violation from you, from Brian, the chair. That's one of them.
Could you be more specific?
Recently, you're no longer working at the YMCA due to a code of conduct violation, which you had validated with KDWA, which is also a violation of the board handbook based off of your professional behavior in a private setting.
I am going to let since it involves me, I'm going to let Vice Chair Mom handle this piece of it in terms of where we go from here on your agenda item addition.
Can I get a second?
Seconded.
By roll call vote, if we can, please. All those, well, sorry. So we'll start with Carrie Tate.
Yes.
Lisa Hedin.
No.
Mike Reese.
Yes.
Becky Beisel.
No.
Jessica Dressley.
Yes.
Brian Davis.
I believe I have to abstain.
More than likely. Stephanie Mum. No. Oh, sorry. I believe so that would make it 3-3-1, which I believe it doesn't go, correct? So if it doesn't pass, sorry, so we apply Robert's rules so the community understands how this works. So Robert's rules, if it's a 3-3-1, the motion does not pass.
I move
Point of order to address this violation based off of our policies.
There's no second debate, amendment, or vote required. So I'm using our MSBA simplified chart. Point of order is under incidental motions. Does not require a second, it's not debatable, it's not amendable, and there's not a vote required. But beyond that, I don't know what you do with it. Well, and I'm concerned about data privacy questions in a public setting. I'm totally thinking on contact Terry.
Yeah, at this point, I feel, yeah, we need to,
Terry
Yeah.
did say he'd be available tonight if we had
Yep.
anything come up, so.
tracking. So at this point, make a motion to recess so that we can figure out how to proceed accordingly.
Can I move to amend the agenda, or do I gotta wait until this part of it? Okay.
I'll second the recess.
All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion, all those opposed say aye. Motion passes. We will recess for 5 minutes to make this quick phone call.
Wouldn't any discussion that you guys are having have to be vocal because we're in a quorum right now? I know, but Lisa? Isn't this conversation supposed to be out loud because we're in a quorum right now? But we're still in a quorum. We have 4 board members. And just want everyone to be, it's just a policy that we need to abide by.
You'd have to put the meeting back in order.
All right, it is 6:14 PM and we are back in order. The board is back in order.
So what MSB advised was that to call a point of order, you have to state which policy or section of a policy you're calling point of order. In our policy 203.5, I believe, is the one that dictates how agenda items are added to the agenda.
You have refused on countless occasions to add anything to the agenda, so this is the only way that I'm allowed to bring things up. And I have plenty of emails to back this up with over 20 requests for that.
No,
Well, and correct me if I'm wrong, but in this instance, it was clarified by our legal personnel that in order to talk about a board member issue, it would have to, there's a few different things that have to come into play, right? So it's a a closed session, and then they have the option of opening it. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Carrie and Jessica's incident on the book fair was a private matter, not in public.
Do you want to clarify that?
So that was not a closed meeting, wasn't brought to a closed meeting, was discussed in public. So even if the attorneys had advised that, our policy does not mean that we can't. And even though the attorneys did provide that letter, this happened before that incident happened, so that doesn't excuse it. If we abide by that, then it would be from this point going forward, but that would not apply to historical things.
So I'll finish with what was shared with me from MSBA. MSBA said that when you call point of order, you have to reference the policy or section of the policy that you're calling as a point of order. In this case, that policy would be 203.5. It is under procedures 3, section D, as in David. Items may only be added to the agenda by a motion adopted at the meeting. MSBA read this exact thing for me. That's what took me long, because he wanted to go find our policy. And so what I'm sharing with you is what he told to me. In the absence of a policy that says this, then you would defer to Robert's rules. However, he also said that Robert's rules would govern the same way. So I can only tell you what MSBA has told me as far as moving forward with regard to adding an item if the vote was 3-3-1. And how our policy dictates that.
But you had advised previously that MSBA, we cannot take legal advice from them? If you forgot, that was when I brought up about you having the ability to do the mask mandate, and I had that email from Terry, and you advised that we're not supposed to take the legal advice from MSBA.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but we're talking about board policy here, not statute.
You're the one that had referenced the MSBA in discussing with them and using that as an example.
Chair, vice chair. At this point, I'm not really interested in arguing with a board member about this. Based on what just happened, you had someone try to put something on the agenda. You had a 3-3-1 vote. That means that the vote wouldn't add it to the agenda. You then had a board member call point of order, and we recessed. You asked for MSBA. More than one board member here asked for MSBA because we knew that Terry was available. I did that. I've given you what I've been told about that in this instance. I'm not going to get into it about other stuff.
A point of order per Robert's rules, or when a member thinks that the rules of the assembly are being violated, he can make a point of order.
In this instance, Mike, you are saying that 203 was violated, or the 203.5, so adding an item to the agenda. So we did take a vote, and it did not pass.
But that doesn't prevent me from
So the rule was not
making
violated.
the point of order is that the incident with Brian is the violation.
You have failed to cite what specific violation in
Code
the
of
code of
conduct?
conduct? Where? What code of conduct? I know, correction, 209, right?
Okay.
Policy 209 is our code of conduct. In there is a citation that you would have to apply. But at this point, it is not appropriate to discuss this because we did not approve this as an agenda item. So we cannot discuss this. Do you understand?
I appeal that order, point of order appeal.
Yes.
That's not very professional.
So at this point, I would ask for a recess. All those in favor, say aye.
I'll second the motion.
Oh, thank you.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, say aye.
Aye.
All right, let's take 5 minutes. All right, we will call the meeting back to order, and thank you for everybody's patience as we try to navigate all of this. So, Dr. McDowell, if you could.
Sure, a couple things. One, the school board's legal counsel is also here, so if we have questions, they would be able to assist us in real time with Robert's rules. That would be fine. But I did talk to Terry again. Mike, what he said was just some clarity first, so we'll go slow to make sure we're covering it quickly. What my interpretation is that you've made an appeal. What's the appeal of?
The appeal is of the decision because that is a violation of our policies, and therefore it's a breach by saying no, that you don't want to punish for that. And the ground, it is the right of every member who notices a breach of the rules to insist on their enforcement. And that's what I'm doing. I don't believe that they were enforced, so then I'm appealing that order, which then can go into a debate. And then from there, we vote after that, and then a decision is made. But no other further business can be proceed until that point of order and appeal has been resolved.
So the issue at hand is the original motion that got voted down to add an item to the agenda. That's the original motion. That got voted down. You had then made, and so that's the topic at hand. So that would be and what we landed on, if I followed the conversation correctly, was that your point of order was was related to 203.5B, correct? Adding an item to the agenda.
No.
That wasn't what your point of order was?
My point of order is on the code of conduct violation, because it's a breach of the rules that we insist on the enforcement of. And by saying no, that we don't want to proceed by adding this discussion to the agenda, that therefore is saying no, because it was a tie. So then I appeal that order because I feel that decision is incorrect based on our policies. So I'm not appealing the adding it to agenda. In a way it is, but it's because there was a violation and there's no punishment to that violation based off of our own policies.
Right, but in order to get to that part of the conversation discussion, the topic itself would have to make it onto the agenda.
Not for the point of order. I can raise this at any point as soon as as soon as there's a breach in the policies or enforcement, and that's where I'm stating that.
At this point, I would recommend that you ask your legal counsel to come up and be a part of the discussion.
Wouldn't we have to vote on that too? Which, according to the point of order, no further business can be made until that is ruled upon.
You're not discussing additional business. You're bringing your legal counsel in on the discussion you're trying to figure out.
To provide clarification, I believe. So would you mind coming up, please?
So my understanding of what's going on here is that there's a pending motion to approve the board's agenda. As part of the discussion related to that motion, Member Reese.
Will you put that, sorry, John, will you, yeah, there you go.
Correct. John Edison, legal counsel for the school board. So my understanding in terms of what's going on here is that there's a motion to approve the agenda that has been presented to the board. And as part of the board's discussion on that motion, there was a motion to add an item to the agenda that involves the board chair. Pursuant to your school board policy, which outlines what is required to add an item to the agenda, you conducted a vote on that and the vote did not pass. Now, Member Reese has appealed the ruling on the point of order that was made at this point in time. Under my understanding and interpretation of Robert's Rules of Order, if an appeal has been made that's not subject to a debate, there's nothing more to be done at this point. And in my legal opinion for the school board, The issue before you is what is required to add an item to the agenda. There was a motion on that and it did not pass. So under your policy, if the point of order is that there is a violation of the policy for what is required to add an item to the agenda, there can be no question about that. And the issues that are being raised now about whether there were other violations of school board policies and what have you, that would have been part of the proposed agenda item, which failed. So at this point in time, if the board would like to move forward with the approval of the agenda and proceeding with the business that's before it during this meeting, the appropriate way to handle that would be a board member who has the floor could make a motion to call the question on the approval of the agenda. Once that's seconded, all discussion immediately stops, and then there's a vote that takes place. If there's a 2/3 majority that votes in favor of that, this discussion needs to be over under the procedural rules. There's a vote on the motion to approve the agenda, and if that's approved, then you move forward with your business. So that is what would be appropriate to resolve this situation we're in right now.
Just to clarify, you said that the appeal and about debatable, it is not debatable, you're saying?
The question that you have raised, in my opinion, based on the policy that you cited, it cannot be subject to debate. The policy language is clear. There was a vote and the vote failed.
Right from the MSBA thing, appeal from decision of the chair, seconded yes, of debatable yes. This is directly from MSBA that Lisa just handed out and used as a reference tool.
Well, that is a summary sheet. The issues that you're dealing with right now go beyond what would be listed in the type of summary sheet that you've presented. I've given you my advice about how to move forward with this situation in my capacity as the attorney for the board. There is business that needs to be attended to. And again, there was a motion that was made to add something to the agenda and it did not pass. So there's really nothing to debate at this point on that issue.
So the point of, I can never raise a point of order, is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is you did, and the board chair ruled on it. And at this point, there's nothing to debate based on the policy that you've raised.
But I'm appealing it, and am I not allowed to appeal?
But my question for you, and this is what the board needs to address, is what is there to debate in this appeal? It's not debatable under the policy that you've cited.
But it is debatable.
Okay, so at this point in time, I think I've provided the board with my legal advice. If the board wants to move forward with the agenda, the proper way to do that would be to call the question on the approval of the agenda. A member of the board who has the floor can make that motion. It needs to be seconded, and then it would need to be voted on and approved by a 2/3 majority. And then the next procedural step would be to move forward with the vote on the approval of the agenda as a separate vote, which could be approved by a simple majority.
But
So I do have a question here quickly. So right now on the floor, we have Director Reese's appeal, which could be resolved through a vote to close that out. And then we could, if maybe that's the approach that we take, is we close out the appeal and then we move, no? Okay. Okay, so at this time, I would make a motion or to call the question to approve the agenda as it's written.
and that's where you're saying it needs a 2/3 vote, which would be 5 people, correct?
Second.
Correct, 5 people on that, then 2/3 vote?
All those in favor, if you could please indicate by raising your hands and saying aye, say aye. We are voting for the approval of the agenda. So all those in favor say aye. All those opposed, same sign. 1, 2, 3. So at this point, because we did not get 2/3 vote, we're still sitting where we're at with the agenda. and not being approved.
Are we addressing my appeal, or can I make a motion for another thing? Because I have quite a bit to add since I wasn't getting any responses.
I'll weigh in with one more recommendation for the board as a legal counsel, given the situation we're in and there's business that needs to be addressed tonight. As to the appeal on the point of order, there's nothing that can be debated on that point. So if Member Reese would like to propose adding additional items to the agenda as part of the board's discussion on the approval of the agenda, then my recommendation would be to move forward with that discussion on the additional agenda items he would like to add, knowing that the first proposed addition to the agenda was not approved by a vote of this board.
So at this point, keeping the agenda, so the agenda motion, it's open. And we have not approved the agenda. So the proposal is to, you're saying, Director Reese, you have a few additional items you want to amend to the agenda?
That I would like to try to get added, much like this one. Yes. But so then to clarify, I can't appeal. I just want to get this on the record that I made a point of order because of a violation, which I believe, and it was voted down, and I get that. But that's what the appeal is for, is saying I disagree with the decision.
With the decision, what?
To discuss the 3-3 tie that we had.
Okay.
So I disagree with that, so that allows me for an appeal. If I get that second, then that opens it up to being debatable, and then another vote again after that debate, which it says each person gets to speak one time at least, and then in this case, it says chair, but vice chair would then rule on it, and we would basically do the same kind of vote again, but we would need to discuss it first. That's the only difference. My understanding of the point of order is I just bring up the topic, and then we vote, and if we agree on it, then it can get added to the agenda, or if we disagree, I can appeal, or anyone could appeal for that matter, and then it's debatable, and then voted and added or not.
Lisa, you wanted to say something?
I'd like to ask for a point of clarification, Mr. Essen. I'm trying really, really hard to track Director Reese's concern. Should we move to a debate? I think I understand your point, which is if the point of order is the vote is clear, it happened, everybody stands by the position that they took, and there's nothing to debate there. You count to 3, you count to 3, you count to 1. In the event that there is a debate with regard to the appeal, which the appeal is about adding an item to the agenda, the discussion would be about adding an item to the agenda. It would not be about the potential agenda item. Do you understand what I'm trying to differentiate there? And could you tell me if I'm understanding that correctly?
I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you. At this point, I mean, as far as debating the appeal goes, there's nothing to debate because the policy is clear and the outcome of the vote is clear. If the board wants to have a discussion on the appeal in the interest of moving on, you could do that. I don't think you have to. Now, that discussion would have to be about whether the ruling on the point of order was correct, which is whether your policy 205.3 was applied correctly. And that's where, I mean, you can have the discussion, but what just took place speaks for itself. And then to your point about discussing adding to the agenda, items to the agenda, that it's absolutely correct that the discussion at this point in time would be simply whether they're added to the agenda or not getting into the merits of that agenda item. That would happen after they're added to the agenda if the board approves that.
So I think where we're sitting right now, we have currently open the agenda, which has not closed, that has not been approved, there is now an appeal from Director Reese from the decision of the vice chair in reference to 203.5. So at this point, I would like to make a motion to, I'm just trying to get my wording correctly. To approve the appeal, and I would need a second, and then I believe we'd go into discussion, and then we would take a vote to close that out in one nice package.
That is my understanding too. It's correct, yes. But my understanding is I make the appeal, it's seconded, and then from there it's the debate, and then you
Correct.
vote. But,
Thank you.
yeah,
Yep,
that's-
so taking a step back, Director Reese
So I will
has made
I
a
will-
motion. We would need a section. Now, I want to clarify that the debate is in reference to 203.5, policy 203.5, because that is what you're appealing, correct?
In this instance, correct.
Thank you. So now that the motion is on the table, can I get a second, please?
Seconded.
Any discussion? Hearing none.
I have discussion is, I'm curious as why this would not want to be added to it when it was something that was done in private. I mean, I personally don't think that we should be discussing this, much like how we shouldn't have discussed the book fair incident with Carrie and Jessica. So in this instance, it was a private matter. So I think that in order to be consistent with our policies, rules, with treatment fairly applied to everybody, that this would only be fair to have this discussed further.
I believe the action that was taken upon the request to add an item to the agenda complied with our policy and did not pass.
Of course.
And it was clear.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, we will vote on the appeal. All those in favor, say aye. All those opposed, same sign. Aye. And
What?
I think it goes back to the tie rejects it, like what before.
so with that being said, the appeal is, it did not pass. So now we have the agenda item. Do you want to proceed with your amendments?
Absolutely. I want to add to the agenda about the Brian's wife working for the school district under Minnesota State Statute 122A.4. It says that if a board member has any relationship up to the 4th degree, it has to be unanimously approved by the board. I have asked, and I have several emails as well that show that that has not occurred in any instance, not with this current board or previous board. So I would like to get that specific vote added to the agenda.
Seconded.
And just for clarification, that is a state law that says that if they're a 4th degree, it has to be a unanimous vote from the board. That's just clarifying that.
Dr. McDowell?
I would recommend that you utilize your legal counsel as part of this discussion.
That is an issue I'd be happy to comment on if this item is added to the agenda.
Okay, we have a motion on the table to discuss that particular statute in reference to Chair Davis and his spouse being a teacher within our district. At this time, I would ask for a vote. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, same sign. Aye.
Point of order.
And I wasn't done. And Chairperson Davis abstains. So it's a 3-3-1. And a point of order. Can you state your case?
It is a state law that needs to be followed.
I was just going to say, I think since we have legal counsel here, just to get the clarification, I think it should be added to the agenda so that we can quickly resolve it and move on.
No, I actually agree with you in that case, Carrie, so I apologize. So at this juncture, for the call to point of order, which was made by Director Reese, did we get a second?
Seconded.
Okay, all those in favor? It's okay. See, this is where Robert's rules gets a little confusing. So, all right, but we do have to vote on it? No, we don't even have to vote on it?
You have to vote on a point of order, and then it has to be voted.
No. The point of the appeal would be, so yeah, no, that you're correct. So the point of order, it would be made by the chairperson in this case as the vice chair. So I actually, at this juncture, because we do have legal counsel available, I would actually move in favor of the point of order to add this piece to the agenda.
So to clarify, you are adding that to the agenda?
Correct.
Okay. I have another motion.
I will take the gavel back unless it involves me. If it does, then it's Brian Davis night. So if it involves me, I'll move it back to Stephanie.
I can address the Brian ones first, if you'd like.
That would be great. Stephanie, keep the gavel.
Okay. Go ahead.
The next one is to talk about Bob and Brian's refusal to add items to the agenda.
Can I get a second?
Seconded.
Any discussion?
Can you clarify so I understand what I'm voting for, please?
Absolutely. I have countless emails where I've reached out numerous times asking for things to get added to the agenda, and I understand that there might be instances where we don't want to get them added to the agenda for whatever reason, and that's fine. But no response at all, ever, is completely different, and the open refusal from, well, that's a separate issue I'll bring up. So
Can you specify so that we can ensure that the meeting, sorry, am I, no, okay, I'm good. Can you specify, I wonder if topics, because I'm concerned that, you know, this is going to turn into just a hot mess. As far as ensuring that we stay on topic and that there is a specific discussion about whatever the issues are. So I would like, if I can get some clarification, or, you know, if you can be a little bit more pointed on what specific agenda items are you talking about?
that's not what I'm bringing up. I'm bringing up just the overall fact. I have, I believe it's 9 or 10 requests with no response to both Brian and Bob regarding adding things to the agenda. So I'm not getting, so nothing that I'm bringing up is being added. And again, it's okay if responses are provided back, but I'm not getting any responses, and that's not a proper code of conduct either.
Can I amend the motion at this point?
I think we can do up to 2 amendments.
Okay, because I would like to make an amendment to that and instead add to the agenda that we all have a discussion as a board as far as how we get items added to an agenda, so that we all agree to a process.
I would accept that, yes.
So I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, but Dr. McDowell ended up putting an item on board book. If you take a look, it is the last action item.
Is that the request for information on future topics?
Yes,
So it doesn't
that is. So
specifically
that
say
is.
agenda, but okay.
Yep. So thank you for pointing that out. So there is a topic in here. It's one of the last action items, and that is to have that specific discussion.
Thank you for bringing that up because I knew that was part of it. So I wanted to know what we were talking, if it was already. So thank you for both of you for clearing that.
Would that
okay.
suffice then?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely. My next motion is actually regarding Stephanie and Brian, regarding the hotel stay with the, from the board retreat meeting. Just curious why you were allowed to and why teachers can't. And also, well, I'll answer that one first. So I'd like a motion to add to the discussion about why board members are able to utilize hotel stays and get it reimbursed, but teachers and staff are not.
Can I get a second?
Seconded.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, same sign. Oh, I can't. I abstain, so I apologize. All right, so it does enter. Yep, with a 3-2 vote. Well, 3-2-2.
Okay, my next thing is to add the discussion about the, it's in addition to that hotel stay, I believe the code of conduct for teachers is no alcohol use while participating in activities, and Brian had admitted that he had taken 2 glasses of wine, which would not be appropriate, and also, same thing, repeating that it's a different rule for the board members versus the teachers and staff.
Can I get some clarification? Are you stating that board members are teachers?
No, I'm simply stating that if the teachers and staff aren't allowed to drink, why would board members be allowed to?
Another point of clarification. I would hope no teacher or anybody would drink while they're in the classroom. Can you clarify on duty versus off duty?
Sure. So if, let's say, band went to Duluth for an event, the policy is that the teachers and staff are not allowed to drink. So they're technically off duty, but still at a school function. In this instance, though, Chairperson Davis was off duty, he was at the hotel for a school function, which
Can I get a second?
Second.
Because that was an amendment, right? Amendment, okay. You made the motion, we got a second. Okay, and since we have legal counsel here, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oh, I apologize. So let's open it up to discussion.
I'm voting yes, it's because I want legal to be involved in this. So if I'm just putting that out there. Because I would like legal to be able to clarify all of this as well.
All right, let's get to the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
my next motion is why Stephanie had advised me to not contact the media. So I want to get that addressed, added to a discussion.
Seconded.
Okay, so Again, Mike, you were specifically want to talk about Stephanie asking not to talk to the media, correct?
I want to, yes, that is correct.
Okay. So in terms of a vote, I just need to know all those in favor of having that conversation added to the agenda. Please say aye. Oh, I'm sorry, Becky. Yes, discussion first. I apologize.
So contact the media regarding what? Regarding, just to be clarify, why you're advised not to talk to the media?
Do you want me to read the emails?
I just want to know what I'm voting for. I want to know why, what you're contacting the media for and what you're advised not to.
Well, I had reached out to the media several times, if you weren't aware, from the 2 articles that have been published regarding this. But in one of mine that Stephanie specifically stated, please stop contacting the media. And that does not line up with our policies and being transparent, trying to show things to the public that is paid for by public money, and they deserve the right to know.
I mean, I can clarify right now.
Well, I don't know. We can. No, we can't. We have to put it as part of the agenda item. Then you can clarify it. Then, how's that sound?
That's fine.
All right. So let's. Is there any more discussion? First of all, no.
Legal can come on this then too?
Yes. So if there's no more discussion, all those in favor of adding to the agenda say aye.
Aye.
Fine. Those opposed? Stephanie abstains. Okay. We'll add that to the agenda as well.
Next motion for Lisa, because she had CC'd all the members of the school board, which is a violation according to not only our attorneys, but Lisa herself. So I want to discuss that about her trying to criticize myself when I didn't CC all the board members and she did. And I think we need to add that to the agenda to discuss equal treatment.
I would like to actually amend your amendment so that we can have a broader discussion about the proper use of emails and when it's appropriate to email, basically a discussion about open meeting law, because I do feel there needs to be some clarification, but it would fall under that purview if you're open to that.
I would, yep.
We
I
have
would like
an
a further-
amendment to the amendment.
All right. So based on the amendment, I need a second.
Seconded.
Any discussion on the amendment that was proposed? All right. Without discussion, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We'll add it to the agenda.
I'd like to note that I abstained.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, Lisa.
Next motion is for the invalid closed meeting. It does not follow the state law.
What state law?
The state law of what has to be listed for closed meetings.
Can I have that citation, please? Do you have it?
I can look for it through my stack of evidence that I have, but it's actually pretty clear in there that you have to state the law, which you do, but you also have to state the subject of it in the closed session, and that is not being done right here, even after advice from the attorneys.
What would so on that particular piece? So we'd be discussing then basically the procedural process with the closed session being brought up. Then it would be more about the procedural component?
The way that the closed meeting is listed right now does not follow Minnesota state law.
Can I add in there?
Yeah.
Becky, can you scroll to the end of the agenda, please? Item 10, move to closed session, I believe states the Minnesota statute as well as the reasons for that as articulated in Min Statute 13D05 Subdivision 2B.
That is still incorrect.
That is exactly correct.
If you'd like to pull up the law, we can review that directly in there, because in the Minnesota state law, it actually gives examples of what ones are valid and aren't, and that one right there is listed as one of the invalid ones.
Given that this falls under some of the work that I do with legal, I would recommend that if you need to add it, or I can have legal weigh in.
We can certainly add it and have them weigh in. That's fine.
So what I would say is what you just heard is absolutely incorrect. It is no basis in the law, and if you add this to the agenda, I would be happy to discuss that further with you.
All right.
If you give me a minute, I'll pull up the exact law.
That's fine, Mike. Well, I'm guessing we're probably going to end up adding it, and then you can add it as a component under the agenda piece. So is there any more discussion? Okay, all those in favor of adding this piece, the director just recommended, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Lisa is opposed. 6-1. We'll add it to the agenda.
I'd like to add to the agenda a motion to why we are missing our 300 series. I've reached out to both Brian and Bob numerous times, and I'm not getting responses. In the 300 series is the accountability series, so for the administration.
On that particular one, I can tell you that I know that we let you know that that 300 series sits with the policy committee, and my understanding is that it's something on their docket, is it not?
Correct.
So it's on their docket, and it sits with the policy committee.
Are we?
Okay, a point of order. We're not talking about the item. We're talking about adding an item to the agenda. So let's just be.
That's fair. That's fair. So I just knew something about it. I apologize. So that being said, we can have some further discussion and then add it to the agenda. Carrie?
I believe that 300 series, there was a comment in the policy committee notes that we will be discussing. So perhaps we can go into further discussion around that at that time, because it is included in the notes currently.
Yes.
I just want to point out, Director Reese, I'd appreciate it if you would stop stating that you have not been responded to when you're bringing these up, because, yeah, I know I have the emails as well, and that would not be true.
So you have replied, and to all my email requests, is that correct? Bob?
Yeah, I'm trying to get back to the second of the motion rather than getting into the back and forth tennis matches going on here. So I need a second on the motion to add this to the, we're back to talking about 300 and having it as an agenda item. Okay. Is there any more discussion on adding the discussion on 300 to the agenda?
I would just say that if people prepared for the meeting and read the minutes and saw what was coming forward, we would already know that there's a discussion on 300 that's happening within the district. So I'm going to oppose this motion.
That's fair, but I still think that's fair, but we still need to have the vote, and we still need to determine whether a majority want to have a discussion around it, even if it's only 5 minutes. Yes, absolutely, Becky.
We discussed that during the policy minutes, like Carrie suggested, and having a full discussion on it. Just discuss it during, so that the policy committee can weigh in on it, instead of having it another agenda item. Is that an amendment to the, or is that just
It would just,
No, it's just part of the discussion, which would impact the vote as to whether to add it to the agenda or not. That's all. Any other discussion? Okay, then I'm going to put it to a vote to add Series 300 as a discussion item for the agenda for this evening. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Please keep your hands up because I'm going to have to count this one. We've got 2. All opposed?
Aye.
That one will not be added.
Motion to discuss Bob's inappropriate conduct regarding working with the teachers union and trying to hide emails to avoid freedom of information and Minnesota data practices. I have emails right here that were sent and show it, and I can read them if you'd like.
Oops, sorry about that. That sounds, I don't know if that's is that something, depending on data privacy, that might have to go to be into a closed session. I'm not sure. I'd have to check with legal on that one, Dr. Reese. I just want to make sure that we're doing it right and not putting anything out there that, according to data privacy, can't be. So I would like legal to weigh in on how we would handle that, and then we can determine it.
That is correct. If you do add this particular item to the agenda, it would have to be discussed in a closed session unless the superintendent asks for that discussion to take place in the public.
Why would it have to be?
Because that is pursuant to the statute that you cited earlier, which if you read it, you would know, says that preliminary consideration of allegations against an employee must take place in a closed session.
But Carrie and them didn't. So then a point of order on that, because he just referenced that specific law that it needed to be done, but they weren't given that same opportunity. So a point of order for not failing to follow policy. Thank you.
So I'm clear. What are we voting on right here? Because we know we can't, according to our legal, we cannot discuss an employee. And remember, Carrie and Jessica aren't employees. He is. They are not. None of us are employees. The only one at this table is employee is Director McDowell.
So we don't have to abide by those rules?
What I'm saying is that the employees of the district are subject to certain rules, and the elected board are subject to certain things, but they may not be the same necessarily.
Okay, well, so then I'm going to request a special meeting to discuss Bob's misconduct on this information.
And you're right to do it. It would have to be closed session. It'd be your right to do it. And, the board would have to determine it, but...
Let's vote. We only need 3 people, then why not, let's just discuss the matter to get it on the books to make a closed session then. Not necessarily today, but I don't know, we probably could, because I don't think that there's any time frame on the closed session of making one, as our lawyer had pointed out.
John, can you clarify what the process would be, please? So we get it right.
So if typically what would happen in a school district, if there's an allegation against the superintendent, is that I would work with the board chair to address that. And if it resulted in something where it was a complaint that would require an investigation, typically what would happen is that would be added to the board's agenda as a closed session where you would engage in preliminary consideration of the allegations against the individual, and the board could decide how it would want to handle that. And in something like this, I would think that some level of investigation would be appropriate before the board makes a decision on anything. So if the board were to entertain the motion that has been raised, my advice is that it would have to be added to the agenda as a closed session pursuant to Minnesota statute section 13D.05 subdivision 2B, and that could be done tonight or at a future meeting.
We are still in discussion, so there wasn't a second on the table yet. because I was trying to clarify the closed session component of it.
Yeah, I definitely do not feel prepared to have any type of discussion that in depth tonight. So I couldn't do that tonight with a closed session.
I agree with that.
And
So then we can just get it on the books then, if you'd like.
So what I can do as chair, Mike, is I can revisit this and work on getting it on the books.
Why not just do this now and get it resolved, to put it on the books in 3 days or a week? I can send out these emails that were sent out, and you and Bob both have copies of them as well. Not only because I had forwarded them to you, but because Bob had received them.
can we add it
Can
to
I-
the next work session?
It can't be part of the work session, but we could add a closed session to the tail end of the work session, or the front end, or something like that. I'll let legal weigh in on that, though.
I will say if the board is entertaining the possibility of adding this to the agenda, that it's a conversation that I feel prepared that I could discuss with you tonight if you want to have that conversation.
To have a closed session?
To discuss the allegation that's been raised and what you want to do about it, yes.
I'm not sure if all of us feel prepared on that. I am willing to, maybe some are. I think Carrie had stated she's not, Steph stated she's not. If we're gonna bring this, let's agree that let's do this. Let's do it the legal way. Have everybody have all the information ahead. We'll talk with legal. We'll, as a board, have a closed session. I don't think that any of us, well, the majority of us are not prepared tonight. So we'll have that discussion at a different time. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, he gets paid by the hour. So if we contact him later, he'll still get paid and everything. So I think with enough of us not comfortable diving into this tonight, I think we should hold off.
Okay, so we will set it. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Steph.
I just have concerns too about saying, okay, we're going to have this discussion at this time. And if it, like, I'm concerned if there's an investigation or if there's additional information that needs to be done, that setting a time constraint may not allow for a thorough discussion or
I understand. I just want to make sure that just because it's being said that it's going to be discussed, that it actually will and followed up on, because I've had a lot of problems with Bob stating things of that nature.
I think it's on record now, and I think the majority of the board is aware of it. So it's not going to happen today. It might not happen next month. Sure. But I think that the majority of people are aware of it now, and it's on record that it will happen. But time constraint on it, we should have a full investigation on it. Like everybody, well, just do it.
100%
right. Let's just do it the right way. But I
agree. Yep,
yes.
let's do that.
Are we still at a point where we don't even have a second on the original motion?
Correct.
I'm unclear why we're
still-
having a discussion when we don't have a motion in a second.
I believe we had a motion in a second.
I thought we did. I think it was Mike.
I lost track of this.
I think it was Mike and Jessica.
On this one?
Yeah,
Not seconded.
Sorry, I thought it was.
okay. So we do still need to vote on it, even though we've kind of discussed through it and kind of have an idea of what the game plan is. So all those in favor of adding as an agenda item this evening, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. We will table that one, or we'll move that down the road. It will not be on the agenda tonight. But I will write it down.
Motion to discuss just issues about publishing information and not necessarily just to the news, but publishing communications.
I need a motion.
Oh, he just.
Oh, sorry, motion. I need a second. I apologize.
Second.
Okay, so let's have any discussion on this. I'd like to hear more.
I need to hear a lot more. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. It feels like many of these items are work session type topics, which, to my understanding, everything that's been brought forward as a potential topic has been structured into the upcoming work session. So it feels like this is a work session or a 3-year planning discussion.
Well, considering none of the stuff from our 3-year plan is on our agendas for work sessions or for meeting agendas for that matter, as far as I've seen anyways, the copy that was sent to me, they didn't have any of our 3-year plan on there, so I don't really think that's a valid objection.
I was going to reply, but it's going to get into a side discussion, which is the 3-year plan is not specifically board and action items. So
It sounds like it might be process. Go ahead.
I have an email from Dr. McDowell from April 15th sent out to the board, in his weekly updates. So if you take a look at that particular email, you'll see the topics for May 11th. And then on June 8th, you'll see in here the 3-year planning and long-range plan. So I just want to point that it was communicated to us.
So we can discuss the emails that we receive in the weekly update publicly? You just referenced the weekly update from Bob, right? And so we can push those publicly out to anybody with no...
I was referencing it as a point
that's
of
what I'm asking,
clarification to the board because we're discussing it.
And I'm just
as a
asking a
board.
question. Can we do that?
I would have to defer to legal on that, on what can be published and what cannot.
I just want to hang with process. The discussion at hand is adding this agenda item, right? Okay.
Could I get additional clarification on what specifically you're talking about, Mike? Sorry.
Absolutely. I have an email dated January 18th from Bob McDowell to myself and CC'd Brian Davis on this. In the beginning, I had asked about working to publish all our emails pretty much on a regular basis to the public so they can get that full transparency. I had some back and forth with Bob on that, and I specifically said, regarding the information I can publish, how do I go about this process then? I plan on releasing every form of communication we receive. Bob said, and I quote, "There is nothing stopping you from publishing communications." But yet I'm getting criticized for doing that same thing and then irrelevant on the Stephanie to stop reaching out to the news. But yet I have from, again, January 18th at 7:03 a.m. is when he had replied and said that specific thing, and I have the email.
So that sounds like a clarification of process. Yes?
Can I?
I'm just trying to clarify. Is it a clarification of process?
Oh, I was clarifying what Carrie had asked of why I'm trying to get that clarification on the publication is because I'm being told by the superintendent that there is nothing stopping you. I can continue reading if you'd like, but I don't think anyone wants that, to be honest.
Lisa?
Again, I would like to point out that we're in a discussion about adding this agenda item. We are not discussing the agenda item.
That's what I'm asking. So I'm asking if the agenda item is clarification of the process, and if that's what we're talking about adding. I want to make sure I was clear on that.
We have no process.
Can you restate the motion, Mike?
Who's taking notes then?
So I have written publishing information for communication. Can you clarify that, please?
I have an email dated here, January 18th, 2022, from 7:03 a.m. from Bob McDowell to myself and Brian, where I had asked about the process in public. And
So, I apologize.
no, that's fine. Go ahead.
So to clarify the motion, you're looking to add an agenda item for clarification. You need clarification on what
Can or can't.
can or can't be communicated in reference to
Anything we receive.
Everything.
Everything that we receive. Yep.
I do feel like this is a work session item that I think would come out in one of our retreats or again in a work session.
I agree. However, both Bob and Brian are refusing to answer any of my agenda request items.
Can we try to move items to an agenda for the working session here?
I would be okay with it being listed there.
There's no reason we can't.
Let's add this discussion to, this is a procedural, let's add this to a work session.
I just want to point out too that on the agenda, we do have a topic about that. It's the very last topic, action item to talk about future agenda items. So just
And how to work with them.
clarification.
Yep. So what will be on the table then is to move this, but to actually just say, okay, we're satisfied with making it, not putting it on the agenda, but ensuring that it's part of the work session. Lisa?
Are you making that as an amendment?
That's what I'm in the process
Is
of
it-
doing, yes.
Okay, because otherwise, as a person currently holding the floor, I would call the question about adding this item, the specific publication of communications. I would call that question.
Talking in general, correct?
I'm talking about the motion that was made, that's currently under discussion.
Yep, so what I'm asking is for a close to this discussion and amending it to say that we will vote to move this to part of our work session agenda.
That was not the call to question. The call to question was the motion on the table, which was adding this as an agenda item.
Oh, fair.
Can I move to amend the motion at this time? Sorry.
So an amendment to the amendment?
Amendment to the,
Amendment to call the question.
no,
Call the previous question is not amendable.
that's not what I wanted to do, so I can't do it.
Okay, so what we can do is we can vote, and you can vote yes, no, and then we could circle back, and you can make another motion. No? Okay. So if there's no further discussion, we do need a vote on this motion that's on the table in terms of adding this to this agenda. So all those in favor say aye. Got 2. Those opposed?
Aye.
Got 5. So that's not added to this agenda. Now, that doesn't mean that we cannot add it to a work session agenda. It just means it won't be discussed tonight. It won't be on this one.
All right, I have another motion. This motion is about Bob and the administration refusing to do Freedom of Information or Minnesota Data Practices requests, and saying that any requests that come in through my board account will have to get approved, yet we have one from Stephanie that was submitted. So again, just looking for that equal treatment and stuff, and want to discuss that.
Seconded.
Any discussion?
Why is Bob allowed to?
Since, oh,
1 second. We're working on this one right now. Director is trying to get this on the agenda.
Did you say discussion?
Yes, I'm sorry. I thought there was such a delay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sure. I'm just curious of why that would be allowed or authorized, and you have been copied on the email, so you are aware of the responses from both myself and the administration. So I'd just like to talk about what state law says that you can refuse to abide by Minnesota data practices.
And since we have legal here today, I wonder if he'd be willing to weigh in if this was added as an agenda item.
I would.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor of adding this agenda item, say aye.
Aye.
Fine with it. Those opposed? 6-1, Lisa opposed. We will add that.
But point of clarification is which law firms do we work for or work with us, which are our, I'd just like to know that list.
Are you making an amendment to the agenda, or are you looking for
I'm just a point of clarification, just want a list.
But we need to get through this process and get through the agenda. So unless you're making an amendment, I don't think we can discuss that at this time.
I'd like to make a motion to discuss which attorneys we deal with.
Need a second.
Second.
Discussion.
I have an email from you, Brian, that's saying that they are the only law firm that we use, and I don't believe that that is correct.
Well, go ahead, Dr. McDowell.
I believe everybody at the table is at the January organizational meeting in which the law firms that we work with were approved. So it would be an easy reference to see either the law firms that we currently are working with, we might work with, or have a need to work with in the future that have been approved by the board.
So then this email from Brian, the only firm that we work with as general counsel is this firm?
The only firm we work with as general counsel.
And when
We are discussing the amendment at this
Right,
point, and we
right.
are not actually discussing the topic.
So without any further discussion, do we want to add as an agenda item? I just need a yes or no. All those in favor of discussing it? It's fine. Those opposed? That should be added to the agenda. That's added, Director Reese.
Can I make a motion to add an item to the agenda? Sorry. I just have one.
Sure.
We've been trying to add a retreat in, and I didn't realize at first that that was with Teamworks International, and I just would like to have a discussion as this current board if we want to move forward with that relationship with Teamworks International, since they charge over $300 an hour.
Seconded.
So I'm not prepared to have that discussion tonight, because what I would want to do is understand where we currently sit. So I know that there's been some discussion about our relationship with Teamworks. I am not prepared to have that discussion tonight in particular, but I'm open to it in the future.
So the reason that I'm bringing this up is because we've been trying to get this retreat on for May. And so my concern is the timing. And also, if we're looking at scheduling a retreat in May, I'm assuming that we're also looking at Dennis's schedule to try to schedule that, and wondering if that's a factor or not for our scheduling purposes.
Working with Dennis, that is a factor. So, but I mean, we can hold off on planning things until you have the conversation, if that's what the concern is.
That's part of the concern, but my concern also, as a board, I feel like we need a retreat. So I don't want to, that's why I'm bringing this up now.
No, I'm glad you did. And so in terms of what you're proposing for the agenda, I would like to be prepared, kind of like Director Mon would be prepared for it, and would prefer to look at the idea of saying, okay, we'll move out the scheduling of such so that we have an opportunity, say, at the next work session to talk about it and do it that way. So that would be why I would vote against it tonight, because I'd want to add to the work session.
And I guess, is that something, understanding that I'm just, sorry, thinking through this as I'm speaking, would we have to vote to terminate that relationship? Meaning we would have to wait until our next regular meeting in order to vote on it? Or is it something that isn't necessarily needing? If we decide we don't want to have this relationship, do we as a board need to vote on it so that we could actually decide at a working session and come out with that decision?
I don't believe we can vote at a work session. So I'm thinking what we could do at a work session is discuss it, not make a decision. We could discuss different ways of having a retreat, but not make that full decision until the work session. So maybe the end of May, whatever we decide, maybe looking at end of May, early June to have a retreat. Because I do agree we need to have it, but we can't make.
My point was, do we need to actually vote in order to decide to terminate the relationship?
I'm sorry, Carrie, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. My understanding is that if we sat at a work session, determined we wanted to do something different, then we could direct the superintendent to do something different. That's not something that we'd have to vote on in a general meeting.
Okay, I'm fine with not adding it tonight then. Thank you. Can I remove my motion?
Yes.
I have another motion. I want to talk, I think we should add to the agenda about how the latest weekly update and the teacher's contract and how it had to get sent back to legal.
Are you referring to the administrator's contract?
Yes, correct. I just wanted to know, well, I'll stop there first. I'm just trying to ask to get it added to the agenda.
Just a point of clarification, it already is on the agenda.
This reason specific to having to go to legal again, especially after the incidents we had with the teacher's contract and having to re-vote and everything.
Are you asking to pull it out of the consent agenda?
Yes.
The item is on the agenda. So when it comes to that item, then you discuss the things you want to discuss. Putting it on the agenda again with a specific point of discussion is not necessary.
Lost my screen. Are there any more amendments to the agenda?
I have another
Or
motion.
additions to the agenda? Go ahead.
I'd like to discuss our attorney's advice that they've been giving to the board and add it to the agenda.
Are you talking just in general or something specific?
Something specific.
Okay. That might be closed session too.
I don't know that that would be a closed session because it's not about an employee. It's about, I mean, I guess I'm not sure.
Attorney-client privilege would be a concern.
It involves
This is,
I don't know. It depends on what it is. I don't want to tell you. It depends on what's in there as to how we'd have to treat it. We'd have to start going down that road, I guess, and then determine whether or not it's something that has to be closed or not.
well, I can bring it up right now and
No, we just need to figure out whether we want to add it to the agenda or not, and then kind of go from there. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Let's have any discussion specifically about our law firm.
I don't think that we're getting accurate advice.
Okay. All right, all those in favor of adding as an agenda item, say aye. Aye. 3, those opposed? Oh, I'm sorry, Becky, did you have a question?
I have,
Well, if you do, that's
I don't know.
what we're here for.
Can legal come in on this, or do we have to
I don't think it would until if it got added.
So if with legal's advice, I can vote yes.
Well, they
If
come in
they're-
on it because it's a conversation
Because
with
it's about-
everybody.
Correct.
And I'm gonna vote yes.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 3. So, sorry, 5? You said yes? Okay, so 5-2. So that'll be added to the agenda.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, is it the closed session that's being added to then?
No, that can be.
Okay, well, so I'm going to move to amend the agenda to remove policy 206 from second reading and refer it to committee.
Second.
Any discussion of doing that?
Yes, so I, just as for discussion, so Director Dressley, this is great. Okay, so we're here. Director Dressley and I have been going back and forth a little bit about this particular policy, and because the verbiage hasn't passed in legislation yet, so we're just gonna take a quick pause on this, on policy 206. I guess what we need to do is we could make any modifications if and when the law requires us to, but also it is on our agenda for a future work session to then have a robust discussion as a board about what policy 206 looks like for us and the public. So I think having it go back to policy to take a look at that and then bringing it to the board as a whole to have that discussion would be a good idea at this juncture. So yeah, that's my 2 cents.
That's really helpful. Thank you. Lisa?
I'm fine with it coming off because I think too the state statute, the bill through the Senate has been modified through at least one friendly amendment, and it may again, and there's not a counterpoint exactly matching language in the House. I would point out, just from a process perspective, that it's not uncommon for a bill to come to second reading and just be on the agenda, and you get to that second reading point and you say, we're just not ready to advance this right now, we've got more feedback, we know more things, and it goes back to committee. So it's not about not having it on the agenda, but I'm fine taking it off because we're sort of secretly having our little conversation right now. But it can stay on the agenda, you can get to it, and you can say, this is what we know now, this is our current understanding, and it's not uncommon for it to go back to committee at that point.
Okay.
Just point of clarification, it was my understanding that after a second reading that's when we would vote on it as an action item. It would have to be, okay.
No, we have to vote.
Yeah,
We'd have to vote to move it to action anyway.
It can be moved after the second reading. That's when you have that's the first time you have the option to move it if it's a notable change, but it doesn't have to move to action.
So we have proposal on the table. It's been seconded. We just need to vote on the removal of it. All those in favor of removal of 206 from second reading tonight, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes. That'll be removed.
And I got one last motion, is to talk about the board member legal questions document that we got from the attorneys. Want to get that added so we can talk about that letter.
I believe that's part of the closed session. That's definitely attorney-client privilege.
But we can, as a board, we were informed that we could remove the attorney-client privilege if we all vote in that direction.
That is true. We could vote to do that.
Because we were told.
That's not what the question was.
Okay, motion to discuss removing the attorney-client privilege. Let's add it to the agenda.
Seconded.
Any discussion?
So sorry, you want to add it to the agenda to vote to remove attorney-client privilege so then we can go into a discussion about it. Is that the motion?
I will make a separate motion to talk about it, but that would be the ultimate goal, correct?
Okay, thank you.
That was my understanding. You can roll it all up into one. Make it a little bit easier than trying to do two. So My understanding is that the agenda add item is to have the board vote to remove the attorney-client privilege on that letter and then discuss.
Correct, to discuss the letter that was funded by the public, correct.
Right.
I mean, I don't see why we'd want to hide that from the public.
All those in favor to adding? Oh, I thought there was a second from Jessica.
Seconded.
Yeah, that's what I thought. All those in favor of that, say aye.
Aye.
I'm fine with that, I don't care.
Sorry, I do.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
So with this, I guess how I'm just trying to play this out, how this actually would work in the agenda, is that we would first vote to remove client attorney privilege and then have a discussion. It can't be the opposite way.
Correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure that's on record. All right.
Circling back to our vote, all those in favor, say aye. Aye. I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
That's,
Yep.
those opposed? Lisa and Stephanie, what did you end up voting? Okay, 6-1. We'll be adding that. Okay, with those being all of the items, unless someone else has something, we can now vote for the amended agenda.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor of the agenda as it current now exists, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? We have an agenda. Oh, it seems like forever ago. Wow, okay. So, real quick, before we get to announcements and recognitions, I want to recognize all the visitors here. Thank you for being here and spending some time with us tonight. Also, everybody on TV. Also appreciate you being out there as well. Thank you for participating. Announcements and recognitions, Dr. McDowell.
Thank you, Chair. All right, we get to talk about kids now. I'm hoping Isabella is still here. Yes, here she comes.
Made it.
So, this is the real reason why we're here, right? The kids. So it's good to finally bring that word into play for the evening. So Isabella Larson is one of our fantastic 8th graders here at Hastings Middle School. And she recently, through what started as a project in Heather Meyer's class, ended up participating in an event that the Minnesota Department of Health just ran. And so I asked them to come here because I thought this would be something not only for the board to celebrate, but also our community as a whole. But they are going to tell you all about what it is.
Yeah, so I'll start. I'm Heather Meyer. I teach 8th grade Family and Consumer Science at the middle school. And we had a really cool opportunity this year to join forces with Minnesota Tobacco Free Alliance, and they came in as a guest speaker and taught us about all the dangers of vaping. And then from there, they introduced a Escape the Vape contest. It's a PSA 30 seconds that the students create. And then Isabella created an awesome one called Ingredients, and you can tell us a little bit more about that.
So I started this as a class project, but it quickly turned into something bigger. Doing this, I learned how big of an influence I can have as a student. And I think information like this is way more important coming from our peers rather than adults. So I hope my video encourages kids in our community to get out and make a real change.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So where would I find this video?
You can look up Escape the Vape and it'll come right up.
And the cool thing about this too, I'll add, is Isabella's video was judged by a panel of people through Minnesota Tobacco Free Alliance, and she was one of the top 5. And then from there, it went public to be voted upon, and she won 3rd place.
Yep.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Hey, Dr. McDowell, is this the type of thing that we can post on our website? Giving her
we
full
have.
credit, of course.
Yeah.
Oh, it's already there. Wow. Check you out. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Can I ask?
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to say I saw the video, and thank you so much for putting it out there. It is a tremendous issue, or a horrible issue, and you know this is nationwide. So thank you so much, and congratulations. That is huge.
I was curious, what was one ingredient that shocked you? Like,
Stuff that can be found in stuff that's found in batteries was actually in there, which I don't remember the exact name of it, but I just couldn't believe that.
Great job.
Thank you so much.
Whoops, sorry about that. We're on to items for discussion, starting with a presentation. It looks like Dr. McDowell.
Hey, I'm looking for Dr. Favor.
Why don't we move on while we're waiting?
Here he comes.
Oh,
He's ready to go.
Never mind.
So as Dr. Michael Favor is here from our Intermediate District 917. He's the superintendent of 917. And as part of that role, he gets the pleasure of visiting all of the districts that are part of Intermediate 917. And he's here tonight to give us information on who 917 is. I think she'll have to hit present. There you go. Should be going, Michael.
Board Chair Davis, board members, superintendent, and guests. Thank you for allowing me to be here to represent ISD 917. I consider myself fortunate to be the superintendent at ISD 917, building on the great work of a principal that was here in your district, Mark Zusich. Sorry, Mark, I butchered your name, but he's in the back there. But building on his work, what we focus on at 917, we belong to each other. A culture where we belong to each other. And because of that, what Mark has started, I'm continuing to move forward. And I want to thank him and other superintendents and the staff of 917 for their work. I wanted to start off with the lighthouse. And the reason I use a lighthouse metaphor is because the last 2 years, there's been kind of a storm of the pandemic, storm of mental health, a storm of loss and grief. In that storm, I'd like to thank the teachers, the support staff, the counselors, the cooks, the bus drivers, anyone who's had contact with children. I want to thank you for being that lighthouse for children. The reason I use the metaphor of the lighthouse is it's a stable of beauty. It really is a solid stable of beauty. And then in a storm, it's that guiding light. This pandemic is unlike anything we've ever seen, and everything we've done to feed children, to support children and families, I just want to thank everyone, board members, everyone, for your work. Hastings, give yourself a hand. Thank you for supporting the children. Alrighty, let's start off with legislation that was passed in 1969 that brought intermediates into the forefront, focusing on vocational education and special ed, and servicing students birth to 21, wide range of students birth to 21. Here are our member districts and that legislation. You're going to see on our map, we expand all the way up to Bloomington, down to Randolph, over to Farmington, Lakeville. We have a broad reach, and we're servicing a number of communities within that reach. This is kind of the map. Now, I haven't made it to every site. I'm trying to. If I can manage gas prices, I'll get there. But I'm trying to manage to get to every site because we service, even here in Hastings, we service the Juvenile Justice Center as well as some other schools. And also we have itinerant services. What itinerant services are services for hard of hearing and deaf students, blind, we service a number of students on a very broad range. We have a unique partnership with Dakota County. We are housed at Dakota County Technical College, which is, we're the only intermediate that is truly housed on site at a community college where students perform and often behave differently when you take them out of a high school and put them in a college setting. It's really working well. We continue to grow our CTE program. That's the Career and Technical Education, where students can see themselves preparing for the life after high school, building on the work that you're currently doing as well, trying not to duplicate or replicate. Our mission and vision is here. Again, I'm really proud of the work that's being done around our mission and vision and being purposeful partners. We started a strategic planning process with TeamWorks as well, and here's some of the outcomes using staff voice for our mission, vision, and our core values. I won't read them to you because I know you have the presentation. We asked staff, what do they want to see as it relates to equity? And if you notice here, because of the population that we serve, it's everything from gender, class, socioeconomic, academic, as well as racial equity. But our staff wanted to make sure, because of the populations we serve, when we talk about equity, we're not just talking about race, but we're talking about a broad spectrum, inclusive of, if you notice there, a big focus on language, how language matters, and when we're breaking down barriers, and again, uniting each other and modeling that we belong to each other. I wanted to share with you some of the programs that are out there with technical programs are listed. And also our DCALS program at Dakota Learning Center. We have an alternative school right there at the high school, at the college, and we have 3 different sites. We have the north site in West St. Paul. We have a site in Farmington that we're going to be closing and combining that Farmington site with the site at Dakota Community College. We felt that it was fiscally responsible because we were not serving enough kids, young people, in the Farmington area site. And then all of the programming with special ed. There's a lot of acronyms, so I want to share with you what does CASE mean, what does TESSA mean, so that you can have all of those acronyms as we move forward. Partnerships. We have a number of unique partnerships. One of the ones I'm really excited about is not just the Minnesota Humanities Center, but Rev Academy. Rev Academy offers business courses where students can design their own business program and then go into competitions, kind of like you do with robotics. So students can create their own program or own business idea, and Rev Academy helps fund the idea so that they can continue to grow. Currently, over the past few years, from 2016 and 17 school year to now, we've served over 800 students from Hastings, from ISD 200. And right now we're servicing roughly between 126 and 125 students. Some of them in special ed, and also, again, our itinerant staff and supporting students with special needs. So we're servicing a number of students, and we have a history of servicing students. Those numbers are down partially because of staffing. We're trying to hire roughly 100 paraprofessionals. If anyone's looking for work, we definitely need some support, but we're trying to hire roughly 100 paraprofessionals so that we can serve more students. These are the numbers at our DCALS location. Right now, you have roughly in our alternative schools, We have roughly about 39 students that we serve from your district. And in our CTE program, Career and Technical, it's kind of, we started showing you a kind of a trend. I think you're servicing or doing some good things with CTE, and we get a handful of students right now in our Career and Technical Education from Hastings. That's it. Questions or comments? Thank you, and thank you for what you do for children. Thank you all, and be well.
Thank you, Dr. Favor.
Chair Davis, I know we're very early in our agenda for tonight, but
Yes, Lisa.
could we get a bio break?
Absolutely. Everybody, we're going to take a 5-minute recess, and then we'll circle right back and we'll get to our policies. I thought about doing that after his presentation, then I decided, everybody seems fine, but I guess I was wrong. All right, we're reconvening at 8:09. And the next thing on our agenda is the first reading, Policy 203.2, Order the Regular School Board Meeting.
So the policy committee met and we were discussing amongst many policies, but 203.2, the order of the regular school board meeting, as a matter of semantics, potentially striking items for discussion and actually labeling that as reports because the reports are not items for discussion. So, but in addition, one thing that I noted after this was posted, and it's something that, again, keep in mind, this is a first reading, so it will go back to the policy committee, pending your feedback, is that instead of striking number 5, we would actually replace that with a summary of the topics. So as it relates to policy 206 with the listening, I believe, don't quote me on that, 206 is the listening session. So having that summary, so the individuals that are identified as board members that would sit in the listening sessions, then they would just summarize the topics that were brought up by the community until we can make the changes to 206 that meet the board's needs. So that was just something that we had briefly discussed. And pending your questions, this is just first read.
Carrie?
I guess I agree with adding the summary from the listening sessions, definitely. I do disagree with striking the items for discussion because as we've seen tonight, there may be something that we add onto the agenda same night that we may need to discuss as a board.
Superintendent McDowell?
As I was looking at that, Carrie, I was thinking kind of the same thing, that maybe what it is, rather than striking it, it becomes reports and discussions as an idea. I'm doing it that way.
All right, I have the note. Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say the differentiation there, and I can appreciate reports and discussions, is that we need to be really clear about any sub-items that end up underneath that. Because I think part of the reason for removing items for discussion is that a community member might think, oh, we're getting a elementary principal's report, and it's really a report. It's not a discussion with the board. So we just want clarity about this is an item for discussion, which I think honestly in a school board meeting would be uncommon, because that's done at a work session. They would commonly solely be reports from our administrators.
Director Reese, did you have something?
Yeah, Stephanie, you had mentioned that it looks like we're heading, and I'm not asking for a confirmation, but we're heading towards possibly bringing the public discussion back. Is that?
As a board, that is something that the policy committee had agreed that we would like to have a robust discussion about that policy, correct?
Thank you, that was it.
And in the meantime, are we going to add the listening session to that then as well to the order? The listening session summary, sorry.
No, thank you for that. So adding what I have in my notes here, and we'll talk about it on May 18th when we have our next policy committee meeting, is adding a summary for the summary of the listening session. So the two board members would provide a summary of those topics as number 5, and then changing number 6 to reports and discussions. And then we would have to renumber the list. So that's what I have in my notes.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on this first reading? Okay. There being none, we'll move on to the health and safety measures resolution.
Yeah, so this was brought up when the board changed the health and safety resolution back in February. The board said they wanted to revisit it about a month out, and Director Tate reminded us that we're about at that point. So we put it on here because it's time for the board to take a look and what do you need, what do you not need, what do you want, what do you not want.
I think one specific thing we said we wanted to review was the allowing visitors to have lunch with their kids, or parents wanting to eat with their kids. So.
And that was really kind of the crux of having it in here tonight. So this is something that we can discuss, and correct me if I'm wrong, we can change the resolution tonight and vote on it, correct? We can move it, right? Okay, so let's discuss. Let's talk about this. That's based on what we want to do and where we think we are and how we want to treat it. And then if there's something that we need to do to retool the resolution and move it along to an action item, we can do that. So, Carrie, did you have anything else to add other than just you think it's time, or?
No, I do think it's time. I think that we all can acknowledge that I think this is probably something that's here to live with us. And our kids have not had a normal school year for many years. We've got, kids who are in second grade who haven't had that normal school year, end to end yet. And I just think it's a time to try to move towards as much normalcy and maybe celebrate the year end with being able to have parents have lunch with their kids.
Go ahead, Lisa.
I would point out that I saw an email, and I don't know if I think I saw it as an employee in the USID employee group from Mary Ellen Fox, that we are seeing COVID positives people in the building and that there is a slight uptick. I would feel like we do allow volunteers and visitors for operational and academic support, which I'm sure will be interpreted to include some end-of-year activities. And I feel like leaving the lunchtime visitors until next school year is more appropriate.
I would like to mention that uptick is 2 people in the school community tested positive for COVID.
Right, that was the tested number. And I would suspect there's any number of people walking around saying, no, I have allergies. I have an upset stomach.
It can't be that deadly then if you don't even know you have it.
No, I'm not saying that you don't know you have it. I'm saying that people are choosing not to test, and we're not doing contact tracing and the associated testing. That's what I'm saying.
I'd like to go back to the point of pre-COVID. So scratching everything other than I get the sanitation aspect and cleaning that they want to do, but I'm kind of on Carrie's side but I just want everything back to pre-COVID levels.
I think it would be beneficial to our kids for us to be able to come have lunch with them at school. Not that all kids would love that, but I think it'd be good for them to get back to normal.
Sorry, would there be an openness to the possibility of maybe taking a measured approach? Maybe, hey, I want to go have lunch with my kid, and you sign up type of thing, so they don't have a deluge of parents, so there's a sign up, so each day we'll let this many parents have lunch with, that kind of thing. Would somebody be open to that type of thing? Or does that create an infrastructure nightmare?
I would prefer not putting any more management stuff on our buildings as possible if you can.
Yeah, I think that could get real messy real quick.
No, I got to admit that I was thinking along the same lines, but then the logistical nightmare that comes with that too. It's like nope, we already ask a lot of the buildings. So, where I stand, I miss having lunch with my children. That was always a highlight. Such a pleasure to bring them lunch or to go through the line with them. And they can explain everything that is in the lunch line to me. However, I mean, we have a month and a half left of school, so I waver back and forth, honestly, about whether or not, maybe we just keep this in place until, the end of the school year, and then take a look at it this summer. And then I think I really do have faith that we could get rid of it completely. I want to be a little bit more cautious just to get our graduates across that line without any incident.
I would like to keep in there if individuals test positive COVID, we follow the CDC guidelines, all that kind of stuff. It's out there. Well, I'd like to go with pre-COVID too. But I think I'm okay allowing visitors go back in. I think I'm okay with that as long as we keep all the other, or not restrictions, but items in line. And then, yeah. I think I'm ready to let that one go.
Just amend that component of it.
Restricting, I mean, I think the visitors being restricted. I mean, I think we're allowing visitors and volunteers to come in as needed. But I think the visitors to the children for lunch, I think I'm ready to let that be striked. But leave all the individuals testing for positive follow. If you have COVID, we're following, you're out, all that kind of. So leaving all that, but I think taking away the visitors for lunch, I think I'm ready to strike that too.
Okay. That's okay. Any other commentary on this? What we're talking about doing is modifying the resolution to allow for visitors for lunch. In particular, parents have lunch with their children.
So would we be striking that section, strike the visitors will be restricted during the school day to essential personnel and such?
That might do it.
Or would we need to make a motion to do that with a resolution?
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to move and vote. I hear two things being said. I hear parents being allowed to join students, parents/guardians, as opposed to visitors. I don't. So I hear two different things happening there. I'm not sure. Again, I don't support either one, but if we're gonna move it forward, I'd like clarity.
Oh, it sounds, you're right, Lisa, both terms were used. It does sound to me like it's probably, correct me if I'm wrong, please, that it's more of a parent/guardians thing that we're looking at right now, that we want to open it up to, not necessarily the free world, but parents and guardians. So we'd have to change that phrasing in that bullet point to see visitors, with the exception of parents and guardians, will be restricted to during this, something along those lines. I'm not probably the best wordsmith, but I'm thinking it's probably something like that. Is it as simple as that bullet point, Dr. McDowell, or is it a little bit more involved than that?
I think you first have to decide, are you doing one or both? And then you work on the wording of it. So if it's just the parents and guardians you're letting in, we can work on that. And if it's,
I could get behind parents and guardians for sure.
I think grandparents would be an important role as well.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, Mike. I guess parents, guardians, grandparents. I guess I roll that into guardians, I guess. And I guess you can't really necessarily do that because a grandparent may not be a guardian. So that's fair. Absolutely fair.
So could we maybe families instead of defining it as parents or guardians, defining it as families?
You could do it that way.
We could do that, but I think we need to be a little bit more specific. When I think family, I have two families, like my nuclear family, and then I have my Army family. So there's that aspect of it too. But I'm open to parents, guardians, grandparents, but I would like to maybe just keep it at that. I think I'd be okay with that.
That's probably a good start.
I'm good with that.
Okay. So then what we're proposing then is a change to that bullet point above, should the COVID-19 cases, that would change the visitors with the exception of parents, grandparents, and guardians.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it would excuse me, Brian, the first sentence would stay the same because it would. And the second sentence would be parents, guardians, grandparents will be allowed. Would be allowed to join parents for lunch.
Thank you, Lisa. That would work better. You're right.
So that's a motion?
That was my motion. I need a second.
well, you've got to move it to an action item.
Oh, sorry. That's right. I keep forgetting we're not even in action items yet. So I need a motion to move this to an action item, and then we'll read through it at that point.
So move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Of 6 for, 1 against, and we will move that to an action item. And we'll see it again. Okay. So this brings us to superintendent mid-year evaluation. Now, I just want to say a couple of things about this. This is admittedly a work in progress that we're working on. I've gotten some very good feedback from a couple of board members, in particular, actually, even later today, Carrie, in terms of some of the tweaks we want to make as we get into the actual full year evaluation and some adjustments we want to make. What we put on board book for everyone was basically just an aggregate roll-up of the numbers. You can go anywhere from having it be inefficient to developing to efficient to highly efficient, giving a point score of 4, 3, 2, and 1, running backwards. And then anybody, including our new board members that had input on a particular category, we take that number, I added them together, and then I divided by the number of people that actually responded to that particular category to come up with what we have in board book. Again, it's pretty simplified right now. It'll become more robust as we have time as a team to talk about it and work through and things like that. So stay tuned for more on that. I will read through it really quick. So the school board completed mid-year evaluation of Superintendent McDowell at the April 13, 2022 special board meeting pursuant to open meeting law and providing the summary of the mid-year evaluation. The board employed a 4-point rating scale as follows. 4, highly effective, exceeded school board expectations and met each progress indicator. 3, effective, exceeded school board expectations and met most progress indicators. 2, developing, met school board expectations and met most progress indicators. And 1, ineffective, did not meet school board expectations and or failed to meet most progress indicators. There are 6 categories considered for ratings: instructional leadership, finance and operational management, policy and law, equity, communications, and board relations. The board's aggregate scores for evaluation areas are as follows. And again, these are in board book. The aggregate score for instructional leadership was 3.5. Effective. The aggregate score for finance and operational management was 3.29 effective. The aggregate score for policy and law was 3.25 effective. The aggregate score for equity was 3.43 effective. The aggregate score for communications was 3.28 effective. The aggregate score for board relations was 3.13 effective. This would conclude the summary of the mid-year superintendent evaluation. And what the board has in front of them now is we will be doing an annualized one. There's a lot of information we have. It's protected. It has to do with different comments and things like that, and any tools that we might provide to the superintendent for developmental opportunities, just like any of us in any job would be in a review. It looks pretty much the same. So that would be the mid-year evaluation. Now we're going to move into some of the pieces that were moved forward as items for discussion. First one being state statute addressing a spouse of a board member being allowed to work for the school district. I'm assuming that John Edison is here somewhere present for these. You might want to take the table, John, because a number of these we need you to weigh in on. All right. So this one basically came down to having to do with Minnesota state statute, what the interpretation is and how it works in terms of a school board member, employee of the district being in the same space or in the same district at the same time. Because I'm part of this, I'm going to gavel over to Vice Chair Mom until we get through this particular line item. Stephanie, you have the floor.
Yeah, if you're ready to explain that statute, the floor is yours.
Thank you. This really shouldn't be a very long discussion because the law is clear on this issue. The statute that was referenced by Board Member Reese is Minnesota Statutes Section 122A.40 Subdivision 3. That is what we commonly call the continuing contract law for Minnesota teachers. It talks about the hiring of teachers. It talks about the 3-year probationary period that they have to serve. And then it talks about when a teacher can be non-renewed or discharged, both during the probationary period and after they have attained continuing contract rights. In Subdivision 3, there is a provision that talks about the hiring of teachers. This means when a teacher is initially hired. It says, a teacher related by blood or marriage within the 4th degree computed by the civil law to a board member shall not be employed except by unanimous vote of the full board. Now, This statute cannot be read in isolation, and this is critical for both the board and the public to understand the issue that underlines this being put on the agenda. There is a separate set of statutes in the Minnesota statutes that are important here. It's found in Chapter 471 of the Minnesota statutes. It applies to all municipalities, including school districts. And it talks about circumstances where a board member would have a conflict of interest that typically relates to financial issues. That is 471.87. There is another statute, 471.88, which outlines a number of exceptions to that statute. And there is one that is directly on point to a circumstance in which there is a member of the school board who is married to someone who is currently a teacher or a member of another bargaining unit. And the statute says, it's subdivision 21 of 471.88. A local school board may contract with the class of school district employees such as teachers or custodians where the spouse of a school board member is a member of the class of employees contracting with the school board, and the employee's spouse receives no special monetary or other benefit that is substantially different from the benefits other members of the class receive under the employment contract. So what that's talking about is a collective bargaining agreement, which for teachers outlines the terms and conditions of employment for all teachers. That includes salary and benefits. And when there's a teacher who's a member of the bargaining unit, they individually get the benefits that are provided for in that collective bargaining agreement. There's not a separate contract with the teacher. So on the approval of a collective bargaining agreement where there's a member of the board who's married to a teacher, the statute says a school board invoking this exception must have a majority of the disinterested school board members vote to approve the contract. That means that the spouse of the teacher should not vote and the remainder of the board will vote. And if a majority of those remaining members approves the contract, it is approved. And the statute goes on to say, as I mentioned, that the board member spouse must abstain from voting to approve the contract, and the board must then publicly set out the essential facts of the contract at the meeting where the contract is approved. So with this statute, this was something that my office discussed with the school board. We provided guidance on how to go about approving the contract when there was a resolution recently on this issue, and it was done in conformance with the statute.
Read the statute above that, which addresses just what you talked about.
Can you read the statute above that?
Yourself a gavel.
Which
Yourself a gavel.
Just right above what you read there with the,
Thank you for that clarification. I greatly appreciate it. Anything else from the board?
I'm not sure that
Okay.
that I believe is correct. I mean, the law, I think, is pretty clear. I don't see what the reason is why we wouldn't want to do that, because when it came to the teacher's contract, I was told basically you can't ask any questions.
Thank you for your input. At this time, I don't have any further comment. It's been clarified by legal, but I appreciate everybody's input. Pending any questions, we're probably ready to move on.
Next on the list is discussion regarding policy which allows board members to be reimbursed for hotel stays, et cetera, while teachers are not.
So my question would be, why was it reimbursed for you guys, but it was never offered as an option? We had no idea as new board members that that was an option. So I think that is where the unfair treatment kind of comes in.
No, and I can appreciate that. Is it okay that I talk about this? Just, okay.
It's just a
All right. No, and I appreciate that. And I think it comes down to really communication. And, to Carrie's point earlier too, we do need to sit down as a group because we're new members, we're new team, to have a retreat and figure out how to communicate appropriately. So from my recollection, when it came to the leadership conference in January, you were newly appointed members, right? And, from my understanding too, I know that I was approached by administration. Hey, do you want to go to this conference? Yes, I do. That sounds great. Coordination was made. Hey, is this something that I can stay at a hotel? I mean, the conference that I went to, the early bird, so it went till like 9:30 at night, and there was a snowstorm set. To come in because it's in January, and then the conference started promptly at 8 the next morning too. So I was not comfortable driving in a snowstorm at night because I was going to stay there the whole weekend. So that's just my perspective of it too. And I didn't know until later on, and I can't remember the specific date, that the three of you were not going, nor do I know the reason why, nor do I need to know the reason why. It was just a decision, and it's an optional conference. And it was a very beneficial conference, and I would encourage you to go to it next year. But that's something that as mentors and as board members and as a team, we need to really work on communicating and making sure that everybody has all of the information. And that's what I have to say about that. Sorry.
Lisa, go ahead.
Thank you. I don't know when the new board members got your ISD 200 emails. I think it was slightly prior to January. I know the first time that I heard about the MSBA conference, I immediately contacted Becky Garcia because I've gone to the conference, not every year, because some years it doesn't suit my calendar and it may not suit the issues at hand in the district. And I immediately said, please sign me up. This looks really valuable. I think this is going to be an important year to be really on point. I felt really disconnected from MSBA. And she did that the next day. She said, you're registered. And I probably received, I'm going to say 10, but it was, plus or minus, probably plus, emails from MSBA about the conference. And I got a flyer from I got a mailer from the conference saying, hey, this is really important. We hope you sign up, not acknowledging that I had already signed up. And that material had the hotel information in it. So again, I think it's, you might not, it may not have been communicated that this is a potential practice. It was in those materials. So it's a lot to take in. I know January is a lot to take in, but feel free to ask those follow-up questions. Hey, I was looking at this conference material. I'm concerned about driving in winter. I'm concerned about fitting in that late night event with the morning event, and do some to the extent that you can do self-advocacy, and MSBA is a great resource. So that's my point.
And I don't doubt that MSBA is a great resource. They are a great resource. What I doubted is that we were not told by the board or our mentors that this was even an option. The reason I didn't go is because I wasn't going to go drive and park downtown Minneapolis, walk around and endanger my life. So that's why I didn't go. So if that would have been an option to stay at a hotel down there, that would have been a completely different set of, that would have weighed into why I would or wouldn't go.
So I'm your mentor, and I can apologize for that. Number one, I didn't go to the leadership conference. It interfered with my work schedule. And I went to a conference when I was a new board member, and I didn't stay at a hotel. So I didn't really know it was an option as well. So I did fail you as a mentor. But again, we can go with the communication that what can I do to get you there? I didn't know you didn't want to or didn't feel comfortable. So again, I failed you as a mentor, but we could have discussed that. We could have talked to the board and said, hey, you don't feel comfortable going to Minneapolis. What can we do to make you feel comfortable? But again, I didn't go. I wasn't involved, so I didn't stay at the one I went to when I went last year. So I can acknowledge my fault in that as your mentor as well.
Go ahead, Carrie.
Well, I appreciate that's part of the conversation. I think the other part is the teachers not being allowed to have this same, the same thing. So I think maybe as a board, we need to just agree. I mean, this goes to the alcohol thing is the next thing I know, but maybe we need to agree as a board as far as, so going back to the January 5th meeting, right? There were 4 people here who voted to not get paid, and there were 3 that voted against that. So I think going back to, if you're looking at fiscal responsibility overall, the voting to not get paid, but then it's okay to pay for taxpayers to pay for your hotel. It's just a conflicting message to me, along with teachers.
And meal.
Well, I can appreciate on the face of it that appears to be a conflict. There's, as you know, inside of budgets with staff, there's professional development costs that are separate from salary costs, that are separate from benefit costs. And if I personally believe that this is such a valuable conference, which it is at no cost to MSBA members, that if I had understood that was the piece keeping Jessica from attending, it is valuable to me to make that happen. I had a different concern about, I understood a different concern from Mike about why he was choosing not to attend, and I tried to address it, but maybe there was a base misunderstanding there too.
Mine was literally the same reason as Jessica's.
Okay, I understood that you were concerned about the driving piece, so I had offered to carpool, but I understand that didn't address your needs. So I think a further conversation, a more in-depth conversation may have revealed that was the heart of the issue.
So we do have policy 412 and then the administrative procedures that go with that, which is 412.1. And in there, employees and board members are eligible for travel and related expenses. It lists them out, but including meals, lodging, registration fees, parking, other reasonable and necessary school district business related expenses. It does go on to state that administration is responsible for determining the reasonableness and necessity of the expense claimed with the district policy and has the authority to disallow unreasonable or unnecessary expenses. Some of the factors that the administration would look into is the location of the conference, the times of the conference, the dates, like if it's a multiple date conference. It does say that budgetary constraints is a factor, and then weather. But we do approve for teachers to stay in a hotel if it meets those criteria.
Is there a distance that you have set? Because if it's 10 miles, that's a no, but is 11?
Yeah,
then?
it's not articulated to that level, but it is based on the administrator determining whether or not it's a reasonable expense. So it's more than just the distance that's considered.
I would think the distance would be a bigger factor, because if it's so far, is there a reason that we wouldn't have anything more specific to avoid potential denial of claims?
I've never known it to be an issue. It hasn't been specific in the number of miles. I think there's some interpretation that's needed just based on the event or the conference that they're going to. I mean, it's something we could look into as we redo the policy if it's really an interest.
So what I hear being said, just for clarification, because if somebody looks back at this agenda item, the discussion as it's stated as a subject is not accurate. Our policy does allow board members and school district employees, which could include teachers or paraprofessionals or custodians or whomever's attending a conference or receiving training. It would allow any of those people to be reimbursed for per diem and hotel, including hotel stays. I would hesitate to fix a distance, because I think the overall one, I think it's very top down decision-making. And I think an administrator could look at the entire piece of the timing and the anticipated weather and an alignment with other job duties and make a better decision.
So then, anybody, any teacher or staff member that needs to go to that hotel for a conference would then get offered or have the ability to get reimbursed for a hotel stay because the board members had.
That's not my understanding of the policy that Jen read.
That's what I'm trying to clarify.
And I'm saying that's not, there, she listed a range of criteria
So
that
why-
would be applied.
Why would the board get different treatment?
It's the same criteria are applied to
So
board
then
and school
the answer
district
would be
employees.
yes then if a staff or teacher went to go to a conference at that same location, that they would therefore then be able to get a hotel room and have it reimbursed because the board members did.
So one, let's go back to its board policy. The board can always change policy. Also, there's a variety of criteria, one of which, Jen, if you'd I don't know that I have the exact wording in front of me. One of them explains the necessity. I believe there was something along those lines. So I would say that if it was necessary, for example, and why there's this criteria this way, is let's say that we have a group of teachers who are working on literacy or something like that, and it's a necessary thing for a group of train the trainers to go somewhere. The administration would say, all right, 1, do we have the budget for it? 2, can we cover subs? 3, how far away is it? 4, how much is it actually going to cost us and what's our benefit? 5, things like maybe we can bring people here to do it cheaper and not have to do it. If they work through that process, then the answer could be, Mike, yeah, we would pay for them to do that. If what it did is made the most sense for them to go there and get that training or experience that conference. So the answer is, it depends on the situation based on the criteria and the cross-section of all of those pieces that would be weighed in order to decide whether they get paid or they don't.
Any other discussion on this? Oh, go ahead.
I know it sounds odd, but I would tend to figure out a way to change the title of that discussion item, because anyone who's not paying attention and just reads it, that's not correct.
You could reword it to not being equally treated.
Well, or you could reword it to discussion regarding policies allowing school board and employee reimbursement.
What's the policy number, Jen?
For 16.1. 412. I made it sound like
Maybe just a discussion of 420.
412.
Too many numbers coming in at the same time.
Yeah, we changed it to that, then it would cover it.
For clarification, I would like to make a motion to amend the topic of this discussion to discussion of policy 212 and, lots of numbers being thrown out there, 412 and 412.1.
Second.
I think we need to put verbiage in there too, because all the other ones have like a more description than just policy 412.
I would make a friendly amendment. Can I do that if I made the second? Make a friendly amendment that we include the title of policy 412?
Oh, that would do it. That would put verbiage in per Director Reese by doing that. So we need a second on Lisa's amendment.
Second.
Any further discussion on that? We can make that change. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion passes. On to alcohol consumption.
since we were just using the teachers, that the policy 412 applied to both board members and teachers, I don't see why it would be any different for, again, teachers aren't allowed to consume alcohol at events.
Do you know what policy that falls under, Mike?
I don't know it offhand, but I know that is. So you're telling me then teachers can drink? Teachers and staff?
No, I'm
Preferably
telling
not
you
on
it's hard to
duty.
discuss if
Well,
you
not on
don't
duty,
have.
but again, so
if
let's
we don't
use
know
the
what we're
band
talking about.
scenario.
But is that a real scenario or is that a made-up scenario? Is that a specific thing?
I don't know, does the band go on trips?
They do.
So then real scenario.
So I guess if we're going to discuss, because I would assume this is a discussion about policy, I would like to know where there is a policy that explicitly prohibits, I don't know, off-duty and, we know for a fact that you can't drink on the job. But that's
What
not what's
policy
in
is that, though?
question. I'd have to take a look, and I'm looking through it right now, but I'm talking. Well, I imagine it would fall under chemical use and abuse and drug-free workplace. So just reading the titles here, so policy 417 and policy 418. However, I am not aware, and I guess I would like everybody's input about, off-duty versus on-duty alcohol consumption, and in this particular instance, we're talking about the leadership conference where, what's that? Oh, sorry. Where, was there a glass of wine that was consumed? Is that what you're referring to?
I mean, I know that there was.
Yeah.
So he was, as an example, like I said, on the band scenario.
And what are your concerns about that?
Are you saying that teachers can drink then? Because if that's the case, then great. Then just make that.
Mike, okay, Bob, go ahead.
I'm going to make it real quick and turn it over to John and have him explain the difference between a board member and an employee who is on duty.
So first of all, if a teacher is on a trip supervising students, there's an obligation there to make sure you're in a position where you can supervise students. And so if there was a teacher drinking on a band trip while they were responsible for supervising students, that would obviously be of concern. Now, that is significantly different from situations where a board member or an administrator or even a teacher goes to a conference, and at this conference, after the events at the conference are over, oftentimes there are social hours at conferences and there is alcohol served. And if alcohol is consumed there, that is significantly different from the scenario that has been raised by board member Reese, and I view those as two entirely different things. Now, as a matter of policy, if the board wanted to adopt a policy that says that if you are ever on a trip for school district business, you cannot consume alcohol, that is certainly something the board could talk about doing. But as was just demonstrated by the failure to cite a policy that addresses this issue, there is no policy on that topic. And so context is important in terms of when you are looking at this issue. And I think the board needs to keep that in mind.
Policy 412, or what was that one? The alcohol thing. What was that policy number? So I do have a policy.
Does the policy cite that a staff member who is at a conference not supervising students is not allowed alcohol? Or have you not reviewed it?
Have you reviewed it?
Can I just make
I didn't raise the issue. I have not had time to review it since the meeting started.
Go ahead, Jessica.
So I would like to say that I don't think that we should be drinking when we're out representing Independent School District 200, Hastings Public Schools. I don't think that we as board members, when we're out representing this board, we should be consuming alcohol. And it was at a leadership conference or at a MSBA conference, so you were there representing the board. So I don't think it's appropriate to consume alcohol at an event such as that.
So at this time, you're asking that we would bring this to the policy committee for potentially developing a policy regarding alcohol consumption at a school board or a district event, if you will.
I'd like to add one caveat to that: when the district is paying for the hotel room stay. That's where, so like if you're going to a conference and you're driving yourself home at the end of the night and you're not, I mean, it's just, all of it together doesn't look very good, and I don't think it's very good practice.
To the point that Mr. Edison rose, and I do not work at a place that currently provides conferences that have alcohol or don't, but it can frequently be part of a social hour. So I would be concerned about how to go about constraining that, and if you linked it to a hotel stay, we'd have to really find that line between when do you stop representing, when you hit your car, when you move to a different building, when you... I'm just speculating on things that we were going to have to start thinking about prior to bringing it to policy.
And I think that discussion needs to go to the policy committee to really try to hash that out. I don't think we're going to be able to resolve it tonight.
But to follow up on Lisa's, has been stated numerous times, you were always a board member. Always. Whether you're going to the grocery store or not, you were always a board member. It has been stated several times. So there's no gray area according to Lisa, because that's been stated and over again. So.
Lisa?
Thank you. I have said that because you are representing the district, especially when you're in Hastings in the community and you're engaging with the constituents who are all of the voters in the district. So that would be another thing that we may need to consider. Would the policy committee entertain a motion and consider a policy that would not allow tobacco or alcohol use during the time that you serve on the board?
Does tobacco alter your state of mind?
I don't know. I've honestly never smoked. I have no idea if it alters your state of mind. And I haven't drank for quite a few years, so I could probably pull it off. But it's just, again, if these are topics that we need to take back for policy, at the same time, I think we need to consider if your question, my understanding of this topic was a differentiation of treatment between board members and other staff or employees. Specifically teachers was used in the example, but again, I think our district is made up of much more than teachers. I think we've come to understand from our legal counsel that may depend on the job responsibilities that you have at the time. In fact, that it does depend on the job responsibilities that you have at the time. So that being said, I feel like the discussion item has been clarified, and we could consider a policy in the future.
I think this ends up going to you folks to weed through and determine what you want to do with it, and then bring it back and we'll talk about it.
I'd like to make a motion to change the subject title of this item that we just discussed to discussion of board member and employee alcohol use.
Second.
Take out that stumble around chemical and just leave just the alcohol part.
Second. Any other discussion around just changing that title in the agenda there? No? Okay, all those in favor of making that subtle change, all signify by saying aye. 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 Those opposed? Motion passes. What are we up to? Let's go over media discussion. Why board members are being discouraged from contacting blank. Okay.
So So that one, Director Reese did mention, so I did ask you, Mike, to refrain from contacting media. And I want to clarify, and I wish I could have clarified this previously, but I can let other board members talk. But the concern was the emails that you were sending could have potentially been, I didn't want you to make an inadvertent mistake by sending stuff that would violate a law. So that was my primary concern, is to make sure that you understood, well, not understood, because obviously I didn't clarify that, and I regret not clarifying that. But I didn't want you to get in trouble.
So is there any issues with us sending information to any news outlet? And the information that I had discussed in this original email was about the hotel, which was already public information, so there was nothing that could have been construed as being not available or anything that needed to be removed or redacted.
I think it depends on obviously what it is. A lot of things can be shared with everyone, some things can't. Mr. Redison, can you put some clarity around what we're trying to avoid putting out there?
Absolutely. So the one thing that I want to reiterate to everyone here, because if you do not comply with this, you could create significant legal liability for the school district. And you have an obligation as board members to watch out for the school district's best interests. And that is, as board members, you have access to information that is protected by law from disclosure. And there are consequences when that information is disclosed. So to the question of, can you disclose anything that is provided to you to the media? No, you can't, because some of it might be protected by law from disclosure. And, with respect to this privilege issue that's been raised and added to the agenda, I think it's appropriate for me to comment on that now. The attorney-client privilege, anything that I send to the school board as the attorney for the school board, is protected by the attorney-client privilege when it has legal advice in it. And my client, when I send that information, is the school board. And so it's not appropriate for an individual board member to decide on their own to disclose that information outside of the organization. The full school board has to vote to waive the privilege and disseminate that information. So that's one example. Some other examples I can give you, if you are provided access to information on students, that is private data with very limited exceptions that are outlined in your directory information policy. You cannot share that type of information outside of the school district. The disclosure of that information is limited to people within the school district who have a need to know in order to perform their job duties. That's outlined in the administrative rules that implement the Minnesota Government Data Practices Act. And the same thing with private personnel data. When allegations are made against a school district employee, there's a protocol in place to address that. And there's a statute that talks about how the board is supposed to discuss allegations against an employee. We talked about that earlier. It says that discussion must take place in closed session. So if there are communications that are sent to the board that involve allegations against an employer in a personnel issue, it is not appropriate to disclose that kind of information outside of the school district. And this is a topic where there are a number of data privacy laws that apply to school districts that can be very complicated. And so if there are questions that the board has about this issue, I strongly encourage you to look at some training on this topic. And that's what I'll say.
I have requested information. I specifically asked Bob to find out what information I could or couldn't publish. I have not published any private data or kids information. There's nothing like that except this, we'll call it this lawyer letter, which is, that's a whole other subject. But I'm wanting to, and I understand hiding the names, emails and stuff like that. I get that. But if it's just general information and I'm trying to get to redact that appropriate information, I'm not getting that information. I've asked Bob, what can I redact? And he's like, well, I don't really know. You have to end up doing, the Freedom of Information or Minnesota data privacy. And then Kathy and I will review it and provide you the exact verbiage that you can share out. But plenty of emails where lately they've refused to answer any questions. So that's why I brought this up.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure who currently holds the gavel. I think the other thing to consider is not, I mean, data privacy is amazingly important and is very easy to get tripped up on, and I would not think anybody at this table should be redacting their own documents. That seems like a very risky idea.
So who would?
A legal representative.
And if they're refusing
Could I please finish my comment, Mr. Reese? Thank you.
Refusing.
And the point that I think is important to consider when we regard individual board members speaking to the media, and this even comes into play when speaking to members of the public, is the board only has a voice when the board has taken action at the board table. And it can be difficult for a media outlet to differentiate between board speech, which is the actions that we take at this table, and board member speech. And the board member does not speak for the board until action's been taken. And I'm just saying that as a general thing to be aware of, and that engaging in distribution of emails that are in process can be an incomplete statement and not capture the entirety of the scope of the conversation.
Is that why you're refusing to answer my questions as well?
With regard to your open meeting law concerns, I believe I answered your question. I understand that you were dissatisfied with that answer, but I didn't feel like I needed to make it again.
You didn't answer it.
The open meeting law is the next item, so let's not segue into it when we're going to get to it in a few seconds anyway.
So what would be the process then to identify that information that you want to share? It should not be up to the administration to determine whether or not that they can or can't, or openly refusing to do requests completed by the board. And let's not act like everybody that went to the media was approved by the board. I mean, should we bring up the last election and stuff? I mean, so let's decide not to go there and just throw out Lisa's comment about that because it's irrelevant and she knows exactly why.
I'm sorry I don't, but I don't think, I would agree it's not relevant to the conversation at hand.
Yeah, so let's move forward. John, what is the best recommended way to approach that when we're talking about that releasing of information? Having the whole group get together and vote on it and determine whether you want to release it is probably the best way?
Yeah, a couple things on that. First, as a matter of best practice, when communicating information to the media, if the school board or the school district is the messenger of what's being communicated to the media, there should be a designated representative who does that. Individual school board members should not be contacting the media and representing what they're saying to be speaking on behalf of the school board or the school district. They don't have that authority. So that's point number one. Point number two, on the issue of redacting information, I absolutely agree with the statement that was made that people who do not have the expertise of knowing what's private and what isn't should redact their own documents. Typically what happens in the event of a data request where there are questions about what's private and what isn't, is that that information gets forwarded to my office and we review it and we redact it for the school district before it's disclosed. Now, there are often times with simple data requests where administration might know what needs to be redacted and they just do it before something's disclosed. But, quite honestly, and I mean this as respectfully as I can possibly say it, you as board members, you are citizen board members, and you bring a lot of expertise to the table. But when it comes to knowing the nuances of what needs to be redacted and what doesn't from a document, that is something that goes beyond your expertise. And so if that is something that you think should be done, the appropriate way to handle that would be to talk to the district's administration about the issue and what should be redacted.
So clarification, you're saying that individual board members cannot send things to the media. That's definitely not right. Oh, wow, there's just so much wrong with that.
What I understand Mr. Edison to be saying is, and what I understood Stephanie to be saying at the beginning of this discussion, is that we as board members have a very high responsibility to protect private data. And our ability to know what that is in our experience is probably pretty low.
You don't
and
speak
the
for
best
me.
All of us, with the exception of Mr. Reese, I would believe that the data, that our personal experience with regard to that is low. And should you choose as an individual board member to accept that risk of potentially releasing something, whether it be client attorney privilege, a student data piece, an employee data piece, that is a high-risk place to live, and that's what I understand. Stephanie was trying to communicate to you initially, and what Mr. Edison has been trying to explain to us.
Carrie.
I just have one comment. I think what I heard you say is that a single board member cannot go to the media to represent the board, which I've been copied on emails that Mike has sent to the media, and that is certainly not what has happened. So I think that's where there's a disconnect here. He is not attempting to represent the entire board to the media. So I just wanted to clarify that.
John, unless you have something else to contribute, I want to move to the open meeting law discussion. I think we've exhausted the media discussion. Oh, I'm sorry, John, go ahead.
There is one thing I'd like to add to that, and I understand the point you made, Ms. Tate, but I think the thing that needs to be considered is if an individual board member is contacting the media for whatever reason, they're doing that on their own. And to use information that was obtained in the capacity as a board member as part of doing that in a way that potentially harms the district is not appropriate. That's what I'm trying to say.
And I agree with that. I agree with anything that would harm the district and the sharing private data, and that kind of totally agree.
Thanks for that input right there on the end there. I really appreciate it. So oh, I'm sorry, Lisa.
Could I make a motion that we amend the title of this discussion to media discussion?
I second that. All in favor of changing the title to media discussion for clarity, please signify by saying aye.
Do we need to wait for Jessica, or can we do this without,
Oh, I did realize Jessica had gotten up. I'm sorry.
if we're taking a vote? I don't know.
Yeah, we have to wait. We do have to wait till she gets back. what's on the table, Jessica, just changing the title of the media discussion, why board members are being discussed on, et cetera, just a simply media discussion, for clarity's sake. There's been a motion and a second so far, and we are just going to vote on changing the name versus not changing the name. So again, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4. Those opposed? 1, 2, 3. 4, 3. Open meeting law discussion.
So can I clarify real quick?
Sure.
So is it just being kept then, or was that what was on the table, whether to keep it what it was or to change it to just media discussion?
Correct.
Okay, that's,
Just change the media discussion, yeah. Open meeting law discussion. This was one that was, if I'm remembering correctly, because there's a lot, open meeting law versus the closed meeting and how that all works. Am I correct? Is that which one this was?
I think this was regarding communication specifically.
Thank you.
Correct.
So we need to put communication on that title for sure. So that's what it was. You're right, Carrie. So in terms of our communication, timing, things like that, Lisa, go ahead.
I think just to address my understanding of Mr. Reese's concern when this item was added to the agenda, on Monday, April 4th, Mr. Reese provided an email to the entire group. I believe the subject was access to emails, but I don't have the original email that it came with. I replied to all, which was all of the board members. Please refrain from conversations with all board
Is that
members and
related to this
emails.
discussion, though?
I believe it is related to the open meeting law in your original concern, or am I in the wrong place?
I want to make sure we're clear on this, Mike. That was your agenda item. Is this what this was about, right? About open meeting laws via the email? Is that correct?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Okay,
All
well,
right.
that was my understanding. I replied to all, please refrain from conversations with all board members in email as it will result in a serial meeting, which I believe we all received training at during our Phase 1 and Phase 2 MSBA training. The result of this is that Mr. Reese engaged me in what's proving to be a long email discussion, where he replied solely to me, expressing a concern that I was the one that had started a serial meeting by replying to everybody. My final reply to him was I was providing mentoring and not discussion with regard to school board business. And that was just solely between us. And I don't feel like that was my understanding of open meeting law is that was not a violation of open meeting law. It was merely a reminder as the most gray-haired and most experienced board member at the table that it's easy to slip into those kinds of conversations.
Mr. Edison, how does that work?
So there are advisory opinions. There's one advisory opinion in particular from the Department of Administration, which offers interpretations of the open meeting law that talks about when a discussion among members of an elected body could be a meeting under the open meeting law. And what happened in that particular situation was there was a body that wanted to issue a press statement, and they circulated the press statement around to members of the elected body, and they all weighed in on it, and it was eventually a consensus was forged, and they put it out. Someone submitted a request for an advisory opinion about whether that would have violated the open meeting law, and what the Commissioner of Administration said is that email discussions that do include a quorum of the board in a way that forges a consensus outside of an open meeting could be a violation of the open meeting law. And so that's the issue addressed there. Now, in contrast, the open meeting law, and there's advisory opinions on this part too, does allow someone like a board chair or a superintendent to send out a one-way communication to all members of the board at one time to give them information, as long as there's no subsequent discussion. And that's like sending out a board packet, for example.
So the bottom line on that is just don't reply all, ever. Is basically what you're saying.
Correct.
Okay, that's kind of what I do generally, but lesson learned on that if anybody is doing it any differently. And we can put that one to bed. FOIA requests by board members versus FOIA requests as a citizen. Differences. The nuanced differences between the two.
Do we need to wait for Director Reese to return to the table?
I did not realize, I was looking down, I'm sorry, I didn't realize he had left. We can wait for him to return, absolutely. You know what, since we have to wait for Director Reese, let's take 3 to 4 minutes since we're waiting for Director Reese anyway. So we're gonna take a 5-minute recess and then we'll all come back and we'll go through the rest of our topic pieces. Sorry, we'll reconvene at 9:25. We are on to FOIA requests by board members. I'm just going to kick it off right away with Mr. Edison. You can tell us how that should work.
First of all, FOIA does not apply to Minnesota school districts. The FOIA refers to the Freedom of Information Act. The law that applies to Minnesota school districts in terms of requests for data is the Minnesota Government Data Practices Act. Those are two different statutes. Under the Minnesota Government Data Practices Act, when someone submits a request for government data, they should submit a request to the responsible authority in the school district, or school districts do have the option to have a designee as well who would receive and respond to data requests. When someone does submit a data request, there are different standards that apply depending on the type of data request that has been submitted. So if someone submits a request for government data about themselves, if they're the subject of the data, a response is required under the law within 10 days. That does not include weekends or legal holidays. And the question of, so that's the standard for the time period for responding with respect to any costs associated with the data request. If someone submits a request for inspection, they can't be charged for that. But inspection means that they must come to the school district's offices and physically inspect the information. And there's an exception for that if there's information where remote access is provided to the general public, which an example of that would be what you have on your board book. Now, if someone wants copies of data, which includes electronic copies, the district can charge for that. And if the person is the subject of the data, there's a limited universe of charges that can be imposed. It's the actual costs of providing that information. In contrast, if someone submits a data request for information that is not about themselves, otherwise they're not the subject of the data, there's a different standard that applies. The school district has a reasonable time to respond if immediate compliance is not possible. And in my experience, because of all the obligations that school districts have, immediate responses should never be a reasonable expectation for anyone who submits a data request. And so a reasonable time period depends on the circumstance, and there's actually some Minnesota appellate case law recently involving litigation against Hennepin County, where the court acknowledged that reasonable could mean months or longer if someone submits an extremely burdensome data request. So that's the time period. Now, with respect to charging, if someone submits a request and they're not the subject of the data, again, if they inspect it, which means actually inspecting it in the district's offices, there's no charge for that. If they submit a request for copies, there are different standards that apply. If it's 100 or fewer pages of black and white, 8.5 by 11 sheets of paper, you can charge up to 25 cents a page for that. If it's more than that, then you can charge your actual costs associated with responding to the request, which could include, in this scenario, the employee time spent searching for and retrieving information. Now, this is important when you talk about situations where board members individually ask for administration to provide information, because there's a difference between submitting a data request properly under the law and submitting a request to the superintendent or someone else for information. If a individual board member sends a request for information to the school board or the superintendent or another administrator and wants some questions answered, most of the time the practice is that district administration tries to be responsive to that. But that privilege can be abused by having excessive requests for information sent or unreasonable expectations in terms of when information is provided. So there are circumstances, in my legal opinion, where a superintendent or another district administrator could say to an individual board member that I'm not going to respond to this request unless the full board directs me to do so. And this all ties back to your board policies, which talk about who has authority to act on behalf of the board. And that's the board as a whole. So when you're talking about who has the authority to issue administration directives, that's the full board. Individual board members do not have authority to do that unless they have been delegated that authority by the board. So if a board member makes a FOIA request, first of all, FOIA doesn't apply. It would have to be a Government Data Practices Act request. And when they do that, they're submitting that I would consider that to be a request submitted in your capacity as a private citizen. And that means that you're subject to the same standards that apply to other private citizens, which means you would need to pay charges if there's a charge, that you don't get private information that the public wouldn't get. So that would need to be redacted before any information is shared to you. And the key here is that when you as board members have access to information outside of the data request process, that is access to information that's reasonably related to your duties as board members. And an easy example I can give for this is, and I've had this come up before, where there's a board member who says, I want to look in X employee's personnel file. And we say, no, you can't do that. You have no reasonable reason to look in someone else's personnel file if it doesn't involve an issue that's pending before the board. And it doesn't matter if you're a board member or not. And so that's my overview of this topic.
I'd like to comment on an email that I received from Bob on January 22nd. It says, acting as a board member versus private citizen based on further conversations with legal counsel. I would just assume that that would be that legal counsel. We have guidance. Once you are seated as a board member, you do not act as a private citizen with regard to matters of the district. So in that case, I would always be a board member, and I could, in theory, never request it or would always need that board approval. That's it. I get that. I'm in my request, because it's about this specifically, I'm not requesting anybody's specific personnel file or anything. I'm requesting valid information, and I'm not getting it. So I have no problem paying the fees. That was never been an issue. It has just been about, can they tell me, and we use FOIA and the Minnesota data practices interchangeably. We use that term. That's what we've been doing for months that I'm aware of. So when we're saying FOIA, I get it. Yes, Minnesota doesn't have that. It's the data practices. But if I were to say request receipts, can they say no? And in this case, however, as a board member, you have the ability to receive district information unredacted. Now, I'm not asking for it unredacted. I'm asking for redacted copies, but in some, maybe unredacted. And I'm not looking to publish them, but this is based off of an email that I got from Bob, said that he had spoke with legal counsel about.
So if this gets in any confidential legal advice my firm gave the district, I think the board should waive the privilege, and quite honestly, I'd advise you not to do that. There are a number of reasons for that. I'd prefer not to get into them tonight. I just would advise you not to do that.
Can you clarify not do what?
Not publicly discuss confidential information that my law firm has given the school district.
Yeah.
I'll just wait. Go ahead, Lisa. I was waiting for Bob, but
So while people are considering the extent to which they would like to discuss this, I'd like to make a motion that we change the subject topic just so that we can be accurate to government data practices requests by board members. That's my motion. And then I have a further comment.
I can second that. I'm getting tired. All in favor of that change, name change Lisa did, signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody no? Okay, ayes have it. So we'll change that name.
Okay.
And you said something else, Lisa.
No, well, yes, I did. I again did not hear the same thing that Director Reese did from Mr. Edison. What I heard was that a board member, within the context of doing their board work, could make a request of the superintendent, and that may be redirected to an administrator to help understand an issue before the board, or that is likely to come before the board. And that's within the scope of our work. What I understood Mr. Edison to say is that should the requests become burdensome or excessive or not border on the work of the school board, that at that point the determination would be made that the government data practices request would need to be submitted. I would expect that an email in the January timeframe. We were in the very first week of having worked together as a board and not understanding what was going to come and the degree of requests that were likely to come. So I would expect that I'm not surprised that an administrator's position would change after having months of experience.
Well, we're getting conflicting information now. So we're hearing one thing from the law firm. I have an email that says something other, and I have another email from Bob saying we're not going to respond to your request unless it comes from the board.
So just to clarify, are you saying that if he requests this information using the form that he's supposed to use for the data requests, as an individual, he would get the information rather than asking for it as a board member? Just point of clarity.
Based off of this, that's a no. Based off of this letter, that it's an email, and it says conversations with legal counsel. I don't know who, it wasn't specified, but again, since there are only general counsel, once you are seated as a board member, you do not act as a private citizen with regard to matters of the district. So now we're getting this conflicting information, and it should be clarified.
And I would like to seek that clarification as well. I would again like to point out that my understanding is that that email was back in January, prior to the range of data requests that have been received.
That won't
But
happen.
if Mr. Edison could reiterate and provide some clarity, we have legal counsel right here, right now. I would appreciate that, again, on that differentiation between what you would reasonably or what you could expect a board member to request, and at which point that may become burdensome.
I would say that periodic requests with reasonable expectations of when you're going to get an answer about matters that are pending before the board or likely to come before the board would be reasonable to submit to district administration. What I would say is not reasonable, and things that I think administration could say no to, unless the full board directed administration to respond, would be situations where a board member was clearly pursuing a matter of personal interest that was not related to a matter pending before the board. And an example of that would be a situation where a board member might be trying to do their own investigation into something that administration could decline to provide information as part of that because individual board members do not have authority to do investigations on their own. The board as a whole would have to authorize that inquiry. So that's an example.
So
then,
then to clarify, you're just,
Mike? Okay.
oh, sorry. Just to clarify, you're saying that it can be denied because it's from a school board account, but if I have a personal account and I request the same exact information, it's okay, and they would have to comply with that.
That's not what I said. So let's be clear here. I explained the process of making a data request. And yes, if you submitted a data request as a private citizen for public data, you would be entitled to a response to that, subject to the conditions that if you ask for inspection and you come into the district's main offices and look at it, yes, you could get that. Or if you want copies, you would have to pay for it, and you'd have to pay before the copies were provided to you. And so, if a board member exercises the right to do that, that's fine. I mean, I will say based on the work that I've done with school districts across the state in this extremely challenging time, that board members should be very mindful of the types of requests that they're submitting to district administration and whether it's truly necessary for board work. And the reason I say that is because responding to inquiries can be very burdensome. There are a lot of school districts across the state of Minnesota that have received extremely burdensome data requests, and it distracts from the work of educating students in a lot of cases.
Go ahead, Lisa.
So I'm just going to try and reiterate Jessica's concern and see if it's been clarified, because I think that's an interesting point. So let's imagine that I made a data request that was considered to be burdensome and only maybe peripherally related to my school board work. It would not be surprising if the administration were to reply, "We are not going to provide you that data." That would be a fair thing to do as a school board member. I could then choose to submit that data through the government data practices request. I can't believe it would be material which email I used to make that submission, but I would make that submission as a private citizen and then be acknowledging the fact that it would be a burden to the district, but then I would be subject to those same potential timelines and associated costs. Is that accurate? Okay, thank you.
So I'm still confused about you can deny from a board account, if I email it from my school board account, but you can't deny it if I send it from a personal account.
And submit the proper form from what I'm understanding.
Assuming that I submit the proper form, that I'm either choosing to inspect them or pay for the copies, that's not what's up for debate. It's just the origination of the request. So you're stating that if I send a request from my school board account, it can be denied because whether it's my own personal agenda, has nothing to do with school board work at all, regardless, or if I submit it from my personal account. I don't see how those are any different. It's still a law that wouldn't that have to be followed?
So I guess I would add a couple things. Based on the emails, requests that are put in and how those are worded to begin with, and then flip-flop back and forth between a potential board request and or a different request coming from the same email account, that can get confusing for an administrator. So there needs to be clarity on that. I would say as a general rule, as a board member, it would be typical for you in your board capacity as a board member to send requests from your board account. That would make sense. I think that would make sense to the majority of people. What I think we have to be aware of is that this is really about what information do board members need to do their jobs versus what does an individual, whether they're a board member or not, need as a request for information, and how should that be submitted and then responded to. Where we get into the stickiness is when an individual flip-flops back and forth between the two and is not clear about what exactly is being asked for, and particularly when it is a large data request or it's multiple data requests on the same day, one after the other, after the other, after the other, about different topics, that can be relatively burdensome, not only to respond to the request for information, whether that's a data request or not, but just simply trying to ensure some of the things that John has talked about tonight, to make sure that we're responding properly, to make sure that we're doing our due diligence, and to make sure that we understand exactly what we're doing. I would think, as a school board, whether it's this school board or any school board, you would expect that diligence of whoever is your superintendent to make sure that we're trying to get the information that people need and want. And if it seems like a questionable thing to us, it's a reasonable piece to say, hey, if this is that important, just go to the board chair. Have the board say, no, this is important, dig it up. As long as it's within the confines and the parameters of the law and laws and expectations that John has outlined, which is what we try to do. We try to be responsive. I know that there's been multiple allegations tonight about me not being responsive, and I get that we can have that out there. However, I've got the other side of the story. I've got all the emails to prove the responsiveness. I have the emails to prove that over the course of time, there have been times when there have been multiple requests in a single day trying to figure out what will and won't get responded to, and then have that compared to another individual who requests a single request 2 months prior. That's a whole different story. So I'm not quite sure what this is leading to, but in the end, I'm fairly certain that I'm hoping, I mean, this entire night we've had one discussion about a kid. I'm hoping that the goal is about kids and not a gotcha game. And that's my biggest concern. And to that end, no one claims to be perfect about any of it. But I believe everybody, myself and my team, is trying to be as responsive as possible. But at some points, as John pointed out, it gets overbearing and overburdened, and we still have a lot of stuff going on in this district that needs to be taken care of. And I think it's reasonable in certain situations to ask people to go to the board and say, yes, if it's that important, then as a board, give us the direction to do it, and we will do it.
So maybe part of this is, we come up, I don't know, it's just me proposing something, people kind of feed back to me, or it's a policy committee thing, but just to kind of, this is the process. This is the ABC of how we're gonna do this going forward, and maybe that helps clarify it. And I don't really care how it gets drafted, whether it's through committee or whether I draft something and say, hey guys, what do you think of this? Either way is fine, but maybe that's what we need, is some clarity that makes it clear how we attack it. Yes, Carrie.
I just want to comment that I think that it's a very dangerous road to go down to say that we need full board approval for a request for information, because I think it's very clear tonight that the 7 of us are very different, which is good. We bring different perspectives to the board, and it's going to be potentially rare that we all agree on something. And so, I mean, the fact is that we were all elected by the public to represent the public, and we are supposed to all have equal power. And so saying that one board member has to go to another board member to get approval for their request is it's a dangerous precedence, because we as elected officials should have access to the information as we are ultimately responsible for the entire district. And I also appreciate the burdensome comment for sure. So I just wanted to make sure that that's clear, because I just think it's a dangerous precedent to try to set that we are trying to limit board members. And I think it just comes down to personal responsibility and respect for the administration and whatnot.
And that may be, somewhere we try to land, is that if people are able to act independently, then on the other side of that, there has to be an opportunity for the other side to say, well, this is getting burdensome, or this is getting, and have and again, when I'm talking about process, a conduit by which to go back to someone and say, hey, here's what I'm facing, or here's what we're facing right now, and for us, either as a board or as the chair, somebody to be able to say, okay, that's gotten to be a little much, or however that works. But I just think that, I don't necessarily disagree with you, Carrie. I'm just saying that on that other end then, how do we make sure that it's just not 7 people sending 7 things a day, 5 days a week, you know where I'm going. There's got to be a way to try to, on the other end, to be able to head it off according to whatever policy we put in place. I'm willing to look at something that makes sense for all of us, but I'm just wondering what that looks like.
I don't think you could make a policy that would prevent somebody from making the Minnesota, a FOIA Minnesota data request, you know, so, and I agree with Carrie that is a slippery slope that you're saying, whether one board member can, and does it require full approval, unanimous approval, just majority approval? How long does that take? When, okay, if I submit a request and I'm getting told, no, we're not gonna do this, okay, so then if I submit it as a, via my private email, all of a sudden it's now valid, it's now a valid request and that will be answered? That doesn't, that seems a little backwards, that the email that I'm sending it from makes it where you can decide, not you, but the administration can decide whether or not to provide the information that is legally required by law.
I think we do need to figure out what makes sense. And I'm not 100% sure what that is. I mean, as I'm sitting here, I mean, I've been thinking about it for like an hour, but you know, that's a question.
I think it goes back to the retreat incident of getting.
Well,
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Or at a work session, that it's something that we have a larger discussion about.
Fair. That's fair. Okay, so that's kind of to be continued a little bit, but it was a good conversation. Bob, very quickly, which attorneys are in the school district we work with? What do they do?
On January 6th, like I mentioned before at the organizational meeting, the legal firms that were approved and the way that it's written, the following law offices are to act as legal counsel for the Hastings School District: Knutson, Flynn, and Deans, Rupp, Anderson, Squires, Walsberger, and now I believe it's Mace, and Ratwick, Rozak, and Maloney. And the general counsel has been and continues to be Rupp, Anderson, Squires, Walsberger, and Mace. Typically, Ratwick, Roswick, and Maloney. We have an attorney with that group that does the majority of our special education legal. And then Knutson, Flynn, and Deans has done things, I believe, historically with some of our facilities things, bond items, things, more of the civil side of it. So we don't use them as often, except for when that comes up. Does that answer your question?
That answers the question that's been put forth here. Those are the firms and what they do. Which brings us to discuss the legal advice that's been given by the district attorney.
So that was specifically when I was told that we are not allowed to get a second opinion.
Oh, I remember this. Go ahead, Bob. Or John. Okay, John. I didn't know who was having their hands up.
I don't know what that's, I believe I know what Mr. Reese is referring to, and I can just comment on that quickly. So I talked earlier about who my client is, and that's the school board. And when I give legal advice, I give legal advice to the school board. And so if someone wants to get a second opinion of advice that I've given by the school board, you as a board can absolutely decide to do that. I wouldn't ever tell you that if you disagreed with something I said that you couldn't go out there and talk to someone else and see if they agree or not. But that is a board decision. And individual board members do not have authority to go off on their own and disclose privileged communications to other attorneys to get their own legal advice.
That is something as a body that we would do as a board. We'd say, okay, we want a second opinion on this, and then we as a board would go out and get that done. It's fair. I'm moving us over to closed meeting discussion. What constitutes closed meeting? What can be a closed meeting, and such. which brings it back to you, John.
So my understanding of this agenda item is there's a allegation that the closed session that's on tonight's agenda is not on the agenda in compliance with Minnesota law, and I have some statutes pulled up that I'd like to reference as part of the discussion on this topic. And the comments that you heard earlier when this was discussed as being added to the agenda, Member Reese was conflating two different portions of the Minnesota open meeting law that apply in different situations. So first of all, as to notice, this is a regular school board meeting. And for a regular school board meeting, agenda items can be added to the board's agenda at any time. Member Reese himself just made a motion, several motions tonight to add items to this regular school board meeting, and 3 days notice was not provided for those. The same applies for a closed session. The 3-day posting requirement applies when the board conducts a special meeting. And what a special meeting is, any type of meeting, closed session or not, where the board meets at a date, time, and location that differs from what's published on the board's regular meeting schedule. And under those circumstances, you have to post notice containing the elements that are required in the law 3 days in advance of that meeting. So here, there is no notice issue with the closed session that's on the agenda because it's a regular meeting. Now, with respect to what the statute requires in terms of any statement by the board with respect to providing the basis for going into closed session, there's two different things. So one would be what's put on the agenda, board's agenda. And Superintendent McDowell read what's on the board's agenda for tonight. It specifically references the statute that will be used to go into closed session and a very general statement of what will be discussed. Now, what I believe Mr. Reese was referring to is a provision in the open meeting law that talks about what happens before the board goes into closed session. And this can happen anytime before the board goes into closed session. What happens then is the board needs to state the basis for going into closed session, which is the statute, and provide some information about what's going to be discussed in closed session. And we haven't gotten to this closed session on the agenda tonight, but my office has prepared information for Chair Davis to read before we go into closed session to meet that requirement.
Okay, looks like no one's got anything to follow up on that, so I'm going to move to the letter and the question of removal of attorney-client privilege from letter. We'd have to move it to an action item, first of all. But this is the point where we can discuss why we would do it at all, if I'm correct in the process I'm following here. So the attorney-client privilege letter. I know that there's been discussion about just removing the attorney-client privilege around that letter and releasing it. So I just need to hear from those that would like to have this letter released. Carrie?
I guess I'm viewing the content of this letter as being very general information about board duties, board member duties and whatnot, and expectations. I don't see any reason that it would need to be protected by that privilege. And I guess I don't understand why it was invoked in the first place, because as I said, it is very generic information, generic legal information regarding the duties and expectations of us as elected officials.
I'm just throwing it in here. I do believe that a little earlier it was explained that a lot of things that come from our law firm are going to be protected like that. Sometimes it's not about exactly the content, it's about where the source from where it came from, and them being our firm sending it over. Correct me if I'm wrong on any of that, John, because I'm thinking back a couple hours.
So just for clarification for everyone, the attorney-client privilege applies to communications from legal counsel to a client that are confidential and relate to legal advice. So with the letter that we're talking about now, It's an April 12th letter that I sent to the school board, and it was labeled as confidential and protected by the attorney-client privilege because it contained my legal advice to the board. And that's why. And I put that label on anything that I send to a client that has legal advice in it.
Can I just ask a question? So, I mean, it's my understanding, obviously I'm not a lawyer, it's my understanding that that privilege is invoked to protect the clients in case there would ever be some sort of litigation. Is that correct?
I mean, there's a variety of reasons why the privilege applies. It exists to encourage open and frank communications between an attorney and a client about various things. And so, I mean, outside the context of litigation, almost all of what I do on a day-to-day basis, I do some litigation, but the bulk of my work is providing legal advice outside the context of litigation. And all the time, I send emails to clients that talk about the facts of a situation, how the law applies, what might happen if they do something, what might happen if they don't do something. And I label that, and that's all confidential. And the reason for that is it allows me to say things to a client that I would not say if I knew that it was going to be public. And the reason for that is it could be in my client's, not in my client's interest to have that information public, but it's something they need to know to make an informed decision.
Yes, Bob, go ahead.
I would only add, as you consider moving this to a action item, that as a school board, what precedent you set by voting to begin a process to release attorney-client privilege, regardless of what is in the attorney-client privilege. Because you now will set a precedent that at some point in time, who knows, you as a board may decide to release attorney-client privilege stuff that might have some bearing on something. And you will have created the initial start to a potential pattern of doing so, which could impact you as a board. So administratively, it wouldn't be something that administratively we would advise a board to do. It would be to release attorney-client privilege information. It's just not good practice, whatever's in it, unless there is an agreement between whatever law firm and you as a board. That would be my experience with it, to say, yeah, this makes sense to do. But that would be our administrative thought on it.
So it's okay to not reveal things to the public, even though it's paid by public funds?
I let John reply.
Yes. In the Minnesota Government Data Practices Act, I printed off a copy of the statute because I knew this was going to come up tonight. Minnesota statute section 13.393 is a provision of the Minnesota Government Data Practices Act that specifically applies to attorney data for attorneys that are representing public bodies who, of course, those services are paid for with public funds. And what Minnesota law has to say about that is the privilege still applies. And so it doesn't matter if services are paid for with public money or not. The privilege still applies. And I mean, we could certainly have a discussion about all the reasons for that, but I don't think anyone other than Member Reese wants to have that discussion tonight, so I won't go there.
Oh, that answers a bit. So at this point, we need to determine if we want to move this to an action item to be voted on, or do we just let it sit? It would take a motion in a second and a vote to move it to an action item. So I need a second to start with. I mean, I need a motion and then a second.
I think we should. A motion to remove the attorney-client privilege from this document.
No, you're making a motion to move it to an
To move it to an action item then.
Is there a second?
Second.
I think we've had discussion. Is there any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor of moving it to an action item, please signify by saying aye. 3, those opposed? Sorry, motion does not pass, so it's not going forward. Okay, we have gotten through all of our items for discussion. We are now up to the administrative report for the superintendent.
All right. I'm looking at the time, but I did have some stuff because people have been asking about more and more of our classroom things. So we had our recognition tonight. I'll share that we've started with, myself and Christy Bars from the Chamber have started what we've called think tanks. And we've done 2 of those so far. And really that's area business think tanks where we have members from the Hastings area. We've done a think tank with health and medical industry and finance and banking so far. We're planning on doing one with auto and building industries, one with manufacturing, one with entrepreneur and tourism. And really what we're doing with these is we spend about an hour and a half with these groups and talk about and get input from them as ways that we can figure out what's important to them from their perspective with regard to our kids, with regard to our graduates, and what are the skills and attributes from that specific industry or business area that are important for our kids to know and be able to do. And so we're hoping that that does a couple of things. One, I think it's going to lead to some discussions for the school board to have about topics like what's a portrait of a graduate look like, more of that exciting learning stuff that we can put some pieces to, as well as the high school review process. This will provide some additional information for that team as to what do the local businesses and industries say about what's important. And I can tell you right now, the 2 top runners so far are simply 3 things. First of all, showing up. 2, getting along with others, and being able to communicate. Those are the 3 common themes that businesses say. Related to that, everyone knows that Fleet Farm is starting the process of entering the Hastings area, and they've already reached out to our high school, and I've had a meeting with our high school team about what can they do with our high school students? How can the high school be connected to a new business in town? So that's exciting. And then for people, just a reminder that last night we had the opioid, fentanyl, and overdose programming at the middle school at 6 o'clock. We had about 150 people that showed up, and that's a joint program. Happened last night, it'll happen next Tuesday, and it'll happen the following Tuesday with different topics each night, 6 o'clock. United Way is involved with that, the Sheriff's Department, the county, the police department, a ton of different folks that are involved. Who did I miss? Alina. A ton of different folks are involved in really trying to get more and more focus on how do we address the chemical health pieces that we have going on in our community, particularly as it relates to our kids. So a great start to that. Really quickly, we are almost to the end of a project that our entire administrative team is involved in. So all of our principals and administrators are involved in a Shadow a Student project. So everybody's been asked to pick a student at some level, and they become that student for the day. They shadow them from start to finish of the day, and the purpose of this is so that when we come back together, as we're working through our strategic plan and understanding what was asked or put forward by students with regard to desired daily experiences, to what degree are we doing that? So as you can imagine, on Friday, I become an 8th grader for the day. So I'll be following an 8th grade student through their entire schedule just to get an idea of what's it like this year as an 8th grader. So as you can imagine, with people doing it in different buildings, we're going to get a cross-section of what is the experience like for our kids. So we're excited about that. And then some building highlights. Kennedy As part of Earth Day, the Hastings City Forester came to Kennedy, visited with the entire fourth grade about forestry and what roles they play with the parks and the work that they do with the city. So that was a good project there. Pinecrest has had climb theater, been to each classroom 4 times since January. Their final visit is in May. This group comes in and uses short plays and skits along with activities and discussions to cover topics such as self-control, resiliency, empathy, and responsibility, which reinforce all the things that our elementary students are learning in their social emotional programming. So it's just another way, right, back to the common themes from our industry. Get along with others, communicate, all the stuff that we want our adults to do. We're starting early. At McCullough, they've got some exciting things going on in their kindergarten. They started the life cycle process. So right now they are growing flowers, and they've been observing those changes happening in their classrooms. And so they're learning about things like plants, different types of flowers, and then students will also start becoming entomologists as this year's caterpillars arrived yesterday. And then the last component, when they're done with that, will be to study baby chicks. So the eggs are ordered, the eggs come in, and our kindergartners learn that whole process of how to move a chick from an egg to a hatchling. So some pretty cool things going on in our elementary schools. Middle school, the Raider Way team, that's our positive behavior intervention school team. They're hosting their first dance opportunity in 2+ years. So that's coming up at the middle school. The 5th and 6th grade dance is this Friday, and then the 7th and 8th grade dance will be Friday, May 6th. And then they are also planning something that hasn't happened in a long time, an all-school assembly, and then they're gearing up for that 8th grade celebration. And then for those who've been paying attention at the high school, the high school drama club is performing Working this weekend. So there's performances on Friday, Saturday, both at 7, and then Sunday at 2 p.m. And then they just finished last night the Empty Bowls project. And so that's a project where guests show up, they choose a handmade bowl and they provide a donation. They enjoy a small meal, and then there's a presentation about hunger in our community and around the world. And so this is a project that goes all over the world. And the premise really is that a guest chooses a handmade bowl and uses that evening to take home a reminder that there are always empty bowls in the world. So a pretty cool project, and I think a final piece of some pretty cool things that our kids are doing, and it's happening with our kids in our buildings. I can't say enough about how our teachers and our staff are just continuing, as tired as they are, to knock it out of the park and just give kids the love and attention they need, and really try to help those that need some extra help, and extend the experiences for those that need some extension. So again, while not perfect, they're doing a really good job with our kids. The last piece, I do want to read something. I'll try to read it as quickly as I can. But it's in response to the Hastings Journal article that was related to the school district. And I'm doing this because I feel it's important for me to publicly address the situation in my capacity as the district superintendent to clarify the school district's response to issues raised in the article. Well, one of the lead statements in the article centered on transparency. The contents of the story were essentially a compilation of only partial emails or partial emails from different strands pieced together, which does not share the entire context of underlying issue addressed in those emails. Further, as the story alludes to, the emails quoted in the paper are only a few taken from numerous emails sent by a single board member to various board members, staff, and now media outlets. For data privacy reasons, it wouldn't be appropriate for the school district to disclose all of the email responses and correspondence that would be needed to give a full context behind what the newspaper did choose to quote. The remainder of this statement will address some of the key issues referenced in the journal article, and while I'm reluctant to comment publicly on these issues, the reality is that it's appropriate for me to offer a public comment at this point. The first issue was the treatment of new school board members. As to the allegations of the treatment of new school board members, it's important for the public to understand that newly elected school board members are provided with access to a number of resources to enable them to perform their elected duties. School districts are complex organizations, and not unlike positions in any large organization, it takes a while to gain the full understanding of how school districts work and the role of individual school board members. For example, the school board acts as a body. This is reflected throughout School Board Policy 209. This means that individual board members do not have the authority to act on their own unless the full board has delegated them with authority to do so. Prior to taking office, soon-to-be members of this school board were provided individual meetings to receive an overview and small onboarding process, which, among other things, included being provided access to district email, being included on school board messaging, set up with initial Minnesota School Board Association training, and provided mentors. Board members have been provided wide latitude in access and opportunities for information reflective of their duties. In the roughly 100 days since new board members took office, there have also been multiple sessions with teamworks to establish good board governance practices. Every effort has been made to ensure that individual board members understand and practice their role efficiently and effectively. The school district will continue to make efforts through continuous education and training opportunities and mentorship. Veteran school board members and administration have worked with new school board members to bring them up to speed on process, procedure, legal issues, and other matters. Recently, the district's legal counsel sent out the confidential correspondence to the full board, which has been referenced tonight, and it provided guidance and advice on board governance issues that have been raised in recent weeks and even this evening. The purpose of this letter was to provide legal guidance to the full board. The second topic is reimbursement, and we've talked about this tonight, but I just want to make it clear that it's important that the public understand that board members are afforded reimbursement of appropriate expenses established under law and government auditing practices. There have been allegations regarding the reimbursement of certain board members for attending MSBA's annual conference earlier this year. MSBA conference is a valuable event attended by school members and administrators from across the state. There is no merit to the assertion that the reimbursements provided were illegal in any way. If the board as a whole would like to end the practice of reimbursement for board members who choose to stay at a hotel for a conference, that is a discussion that can certainly be had. However, the past practice has been to provide reimbursement for conference-related expenses, including lodging. This is a practice that other districts use across the state. Resistance. Turning to the allegation that newer school board members are being met with resistance with respect to requests for information, the district's administration has made significant efforts to provide board members with access to information. Unfortunately, there have been requests made that are simply not reasonable in terms of the type of information being requested and the time period for which the response is expected. As School Board Policy 209 notes, seated board members do not have the authority to act on behalf of the board as a whole unless they are delegated authority to do so. As such, individual school board members do not have the authority to direct the work of administration. This includes directing administration to respond to burdensome requests for information that are not specifically related to matters pending before the school board, especially with the expectation of receiving an immediate response. School Board Policy 209, the Code of Ethics for Board Members, contains a number of provisions regarding the role of an individual board member. By way of example, the policy provides, and I'll read 4 things. Board members will recognize their responsibility is exercised through the actions of the board as a whole, and that they are not responsible for running the school district themselves. Board members will work through the superintendent, not over or around the superintendent. Board members will recognize that the authority to act rests with the school board in legal session, not with individual members of the board. And board members will guard the confidentiality of information that is protected under applicable law. Another topic that was mentioned was left.
I need to interrupt. I need to go. I know. I'm just saying I need to go, and the closed meeting will be. I know it's about me, so I would like it to be open, but I have prior obligations that I have to attend.
Okay. Thefts at the middle school. There have been statements about thefts occurring at the district's middle school. This issue was handled at the administrative level as a management issue. It was followed up on in an appropriate manner. The school board as a whole has not directed administration to provide any additional details regarding the situation. Therefore, unless directed by the board as a whole, individual school board members would not need or would be provided data that would not be available to the general public. This concern was addressed appropriately by administrators, and communication was distributed to the HMS guardians and parents.
Another topic that's been discussed at length tonight was the access to legal counsel. It is a common misconception that individual board members have their own access to district's legal counsel. Legal counsel represents the district and or the board as a whole. For this reason, there's a designated set of individuals who have authority to contact legal counsel on behalf of the district. Consistent with School Board Policy 202, unless otherwise given authority by the board chair or the board as a whole, the board chair has authority to directly contact the district's legal counsel. The vice chair could directly contact legal counsel to discuss an issue concerning the chair. By way of school district operations, only the superintendent is afforded direct access to legal counsel. Other administrators may reach out to legal counsel with permission of the superintendent. Individual board members have a process to work through the board chair and or the superintendent to access information from legal counsel if the information is necessary for the board or school district to conduct its work. The process is not new and is the common practice used by school districts throughout the state and the nation. Another topic was the superintendent evaluation. As to recent allegations regarding the process for evaluating the superintendent, there is no Minnesota statute that requires specificity on how a school board is to evaluate a superintendent. The Minnesota School Board Association has created model policies on various topics. MSBA Model Policy 304 simply establishes that a school board is the responsible party for superintendent evaluation. The 300 series policies provided by MSBA are not required by state statute and are intended to serve as examples for Minnesota school districts. However, the Independent School District 200 Policy Committee, as we've heard, has added a new review of the MSBA's 300 series policies and will consider recommending that to the full board. With regard to transparency, the school district and school board as a whole are and will continue to be transparent within the limits of the law and policy. It is critical for the public to understand that Minnesota school districts are subject to a number of data privacy laws protecting information on students and employees. This means that there are often situations when school officials cannot share details regarding a specific student or personnel issue. It is also important to note that individuals who request access to information should not have the expectation that they will receive an immediate response. While district representatives strive to promptly respond to information requests within reason and within what the law requires, district administration is currently dealing with a small group of individuals who have unrealistic expectations in terms of access to information. Fortunately, the overwhelming majority of the Hastings community are respectful and understanding when it comes to the limitations on the school district's ability to share information, and they do not place unreasonable demands on the time period for which they receive the information. The inability to provide information based on state and federal law or within the time frame set by a requester does not demonstrate a lack of transparency. The district has and will continue to comply with all governing laws accessing government data. The teacher's contract. As to the allegation regarding the approval of the teacher's contract, the school district worked with legal counsel to rectify a procedural issue related to the approval of the new teacher's contract. The board followed the process recommended by legal counsel, and the process was completed in an open school board meeting. The timing created a unique situation for new school board members to be part of this contract approval process. New board members were afforded the opportunity to meet with administration and be provided with the documents of the negotiation process. 2 of the 3 newly elected board members took advantage of the opportunity to get information about the contract and discuss questions. Email access. Finally, as to the allegation that some board members' email accounts may have been accessed more than others, the school district has had to review emails, including emails from board members, in order to respond to recent data requests. The district has a very strict process for who may access email accounts. There are 2 people in the district who have the authority to access emails for proper purposes. The superintendent and individual board members do not individually have access to the email accounts of others. It should be noted that some of the requests that required a response from the district specifically ask for information related to specific individuals. And in summary, it has been just over 100 days since new board members were seated. And even after training, work sessions, legal explanations, and individual conversations, it is expected that there will be questions and opportunities for understanding. The district remains committed to the community and has worked diligently to ensure all board members understand their role so the focus can remain on providing a safe learning environment that promotes the equitable and quality public education our learners deserve. That's my report.
I'm moving. Forgot the microphone. Okay, I'm moving over to Building Construction Fund project update. I know it's been long, folks. We're going to get out of here soon. Building Construction Fund project update, please.
So just a reminder that the Building Construction Fund accounts for the money the district received from the voter-approved bonds for school renovations and improvements. A few updates since last month. The Pinecrest exterior emergency lighting project is now complete. There were 2 projects moved into in process, so it would be the Hastings High School privacy improvements and the ALC renovation. And the bid amounts that were approved last month have been updated. And then there'll be 2 projects approved or up for approval later tonight, and that'll be the middle school storage building and the high school carpet project. That's all I have unless there's questions.
While we're waiting, can you remind me how many bid openings remain? I'm sorry, I did not ask that prior to the meeting to give you a chance to prepare. I'm sure it's at the bottom of the slide, roughly.
So for sure, we'll have the entrance security improvements. We'll have the district-wide fire alarm. We just had the high school fire alarm. I'm looking at Cam too. The interior locks will probably have a bid opening for that, so that would be 4. The backstops, that's kind of changed to the fencing, so that one I don't believe we'll have a bid opening on. So that's, I think 4 is what we'll have left, because the rest of the projects are small enough that they wouldn't require a bid opening.
This is my surprise face.
I know.
Less than 5.
Yes.
Wow.
Well,
all right.
Yes, we'll probably have some
Thank you.
extra
Thank you for the
money.
updates. Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions for Jen? Okay. Let's go on to student enrollment, please.
And that we're just going to have. Student enrollment's just a holding spot. We're not going to discuss that.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Good. Okay. Oh, good. Moves us right along to Community Engagement Committee.
Bob kind of covered everything with the think tanks. So we're developing the think tanks, kind of developing Lakeville's approach to kind of career pathways. So we're working together with everybody on that. A lot of discussions on what's going to happen, which careers, which centers, which goals to go about. So we have, and like Bob said, it fits in with the high school programming and with kind of helps get along with the middle school too. We're starting to work with the PTA and then the new liaison with the middle school to identify, to get more engagement and with student involved activities. So we're starting to see more of that, but continue to help work with that. So a lot of things are moving with community engagement. So they had a meeting last night. There'll be more to follow from that, and then hopefully by the end of the summer, early school year next year, we'll have a lot more to update and bring forward to the board or to make decisions on.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Becky. Appreciate it. Policy Committee? You guys are so busy all the time.
And I love it.
We just keep throwing stuff at you.
Policy 530, I'll read them so that everybody's aware. So policy 530, which is immunizations, just has a brief update, but it's with administration. There's no action to be taken on that at this time. Policy 602, the organization of school calendar and school day, along with policy 607, organization of grade levels, Policy 609, religion. Policy 611, homeschooling. Policy 612, development of parent and family engagement policies for Title I programming or programs, and Policy 903, visitors to the school district buildings and sites. All of those are with administration in some capacity being reviewed, and we anticipate they will come back to us at our future policy committee meetings for an update, and then we'll be able to make a recommendation based off of that conversation. Policy 206, we previously discussed that with the public participation in school board meetings. That is going to be a more robust discussion, and this is something that we all agreed on, that bring it to the school board, to have that discussion. And then policy 203.2, again, we had already discussed that. That is the order of regular school board meetings. So we'll bring that back with the notes that we captured tonight. And then we do have we had a great conversation, I would say, regarding the yearly review policies and implementing a 3-year review cycle. So we're at a point right now where we're actually, I don't want to say we're comfortable, because I never want to get comfortable when it comes to policy, but we're at a point where we're able to find this cycle of continuous review. We're sitting well. There's still lots of work to do. There's always going to be lots of work to do, but we're comfortable where we can now take a look at that and find, okay, where, at what month are we going to be reviewing XYZ policy? What are we, the yearly reviews, and then making sure that we have a third of the policies for annual review, or correction, for a 3-year review cycle. And then, as mentioned previously too, policy series 300, that is something that we are going to start discussing, and this onset of new policies will be new to the district as a whole, but that is something that we're going to be taking on, and we're going to be very busy this summer. Pending your questions or comments, that's all I have for that report.
Anyone with any questions for Stephanie?
So I guess I have a question. If we wanted to change the way our policies read at the top, would that be something that'd have to go to the whole board for a vote, or could we make that decision as the policy committee? So like at the top of all of our policies, it says MSBA model policy. During my last MSBA training, Terry said that absolutely doesn't have to be there, that it should be our district's policy, our district, and then the policy number. And then also the date that we incorporated that, not the date that they created it. So, yeah.
I would say you guys take them off and bring it to us, and
Okay.
Yeah, we definitely don't have to take a vote on that as a board.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'm glad you brought that up, though.
That's something we can
Good call.
definitely tackle.
Okay,
Good call.
perfect. Thank you.
All right, if there's nothing else, we'll move to consent agenda. And I need a motion
So moved.
to approve it.
Second.
Okay. Is there any discussion on the consent agenda?
I request that we remove the director's contract MOU from the consent agenda.
Okay, where is that? All right, I see it. All right. Say again? No. All right, with the director's contract MOU removed, is there anything else? Is that it? Okay, then with the director's contract MOU removed, I need a motion to approve it with the amendment.
We're just going to double check that we're following the process correctly.
There was not a second.
Second.
There wasn't a sec, okay.
No.
All right, I just got lost in how many open motions we had.
Nope, so we got the motion to approve the
Because
consent
we have a
agenda.
motion and a second to approve. We have to vote on the amendment. We have to
Yeah.
vote on the sub-amendment. We don't vote on it with the amendment. We vote on the amendment, and then we vote on the consent agenda.
Correct.
Okay, so
Yeah. So right now I'm looking for a second for the amendment.
okay.
Seconded.
Okay. All those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed? That carries. Now, I need a motion to approve the consent agenda, the new consent agenda. Oh, sorry, motion's already open, that's right. So did we get a second? I don't think we had a second. Second, thank you. So all those in favor of the consent agenda as it now stands, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries. So the consent agenda is all set with the exception of that MOU being pulled out, and it is approved. I am now going to slide down to items for individual action. Starting with bills payable.
So move.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion on bills payable.
Yes, I had just a couple of questions, and I apologize for not having my email up. I am getting tired.
Understandable.
There. I noticed that we're over budget on the scholarships fund, and was just wondering if there are any other scholarships that will be needing to be distributed this year, and if so, how much total over budget are we anticipating at this point?
So the scholarship funds, they vary from year to year. So that budget is put in where the revenues equal the expenditures. So the revenues are $95,000, the expenditures are $95,000. So right now our expenditures are over budget by about $20,000. At the same time, our revenues are also over budget. We have about $10,000 probably left to pay this year in scholarships. But if you look at it's titled the Treasurer's Report. I think it's page 4. That scholarship fund has a balance of about $181,000.
I did see that, thank you. And then I was just wondering about the expenses for InfoPro Legal Resources, Inc. That one was $4,500. It was 3 different payments that were made.
Yes, so InfoPro Legal Resources is used as our security for the high school parking lot. So they bill us in like kind of increments. So that $1,620 is for one time period, and then the next one is, they're just different time periods. So again, it's the security services for our high school parking lot during the school day.
Okay, thank you. And then in general, I was wondering what the bulk, there were several $1,000s, I didn't add it up, but there were several $1,000s in other legal expenses last month. I was just wondering what the main expenses were on that.
So there was one payment to Rep. Anderson Squires. It was for $2,200 in the month of March. Is that what you're talking about?
I thought I saw one that was over 8,000, and then I swear there was another firm that was listed. But
we can look really
you
quickly.
You can get back to me later. That's okay.
Okay.
Let's keep moving. And then the final question I had was the Cullinex was just over $33,000.
Yep. So the Cullinex was a replacement dishwasher for Pinecrest. So it was a purchase from our food service fund. Along with the dishwasher, there was a heater, like a vent hood, and then a booster heater that had to go with it. There was 3 quotes secured before the vendor was selected.
All right. And then were there any other out of the norm expenses for the month or things that typically cycle like in March or something?
That one, so there are several expenses that, like we pay maybe once a year or we pay quarterly. I do kind of have them highlighted if you want me to go through them. I don't know.
General commentary is fine.
Okay, so I just got to get to the right page here. So, I can give you kind of some examples. Like the first one that I highlighted is the Minnesota State Retirement System. So that's related to a severance payment that would just be made when it's due based on the severance. Another one, there's that Heartland Business Systems. So that's a purchase of like technology support hours for annual, it's for next year. Let's see, Minnesota or University of Minnesota Twin Cities, that's a spring tuition payment, so done by quarters. Baker Tilly was the annual arbitrage report payment. Brain Pop was like a 12-month license. I don't know if this is what you're looking for.
It is, actually. These were, I was going through and I was wondering about these, if these were, and I know I'm a geek, if they were annual or if they're quarterly or whatever, because I did see, obviously, vendors that I haven't seen before.
So City of Hastings was our quarterly water and sewer payment. Durar was the district office remodel project, the lighting portion of it. Tyler Technologies, that's Versatrans. It's an annual support for our transportation program. The Hastings Parks and Recs, that was the ice time, so it's a seasonal payment. Climate Makers, there was a HVAC project at our curriculum center. Cobra Solutions, it's a 12-month license. NutriStudents is a 12-month subscription, again, for our food service department. Southwest Minnesota State University, spring tuition. University of Minnesota, spring tuition. Cullinex was the dishwasher purchase that we just touched on. Region 4A was the basketball section tournament, the gate receipts. And those would be the ones that I highlighted as being payments that we, are once a year or quarterly or like a one-time purchase kind of thing.
Thank you. I do appreciate it. I'm learning how to go through this better, so appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Jen. Donations. We'd have to read this one, right?
Yes.
Oh, shoot, we didn't. I keep forgetting it's an individual item, thinking we're so into discussions tonight. I'm sorry. I need a motion for the bills payable to be approved.
So move.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Can we have a discussion, sorry?
Sure.
Bills payable to me is just an item that just cries out to be in consent agenda. It's just a standard business practice we've reviewed. We're audited annually. Finance committee was provided the data on what all the background pieces are. I would hope we can find a space, relative to our conversation about asking questions to better understand the business, where that can happen. There could be a request to the superintendent and say, I'm just curious about these half a dozen bills. Could I get a request? And then we could move this back to be an item in our consent agenda in the near future.
So just to comment on that, I did actually make a request today, if it would be at all possible, to get something like bills payable earlier than the Friday night before the meeting, because as we all know, there's a lot of information to go through to get ready for today. And I would assume that something like bills payable may be ready earlier in the month, that perhaps could be sent out earlier, but that's another discussion point, and that would afford that, definitely.
I would agree. There's a lot of data that comes out when the agenda gets posted. I think trusting the administrative team that the bills payable is accurate would allow approval of the bills payable while continuing to gain knowledge about what's represented there in the cycle of payments.
Just to be clear, I'm not questioning accuracy. It's merely an understanding, especially of the high dollar amounts that we're spending, where I have, like, for example, where I haven't seen a vendor on the bills payable before.
Right. Yes. And I didn't mean to imply that. But I'm saying for purposes of taking action, if you're not questioning accuracy, it would be fair to take action in the consent agenda while continuing to pursue information for understanding the cycle outside of if the timeline is the question about getting it on a Friday and not being able to reply by Wednesday, you could take it outside of the board agenda timeline. It's just something I'd like to see move back towards that consent piece.
Okay, all those in favor of the bills payable as it sits, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Now up to donations. And I believe we have to read a resolution on this one, don't we? To accept the donations? I think there is. One second. Nope, it's not there. Please hold.
I, Becky Beisel, introduce the following resolution and move for its adoption. Whereas School Board Policy 706 establishes guidelines for the acceptance of gifts and donations to the district, whereas Minnesota Statute Section 465.03 states that the school board may accept a gift, grant, or device of real or personal property in accordance with the terms prescribed by the donor only by the adoption of the resolution approved by 2/3 of its members, and whereas the reference donations in the District 200 donations report from January 2022 to March 22 have been generously donated. Can I get a second?
Sorry, second.
Duly seconded the motion. All those in favor? We're going to go do a roll call count. Lisa Hadeen?
Yes.
Carrie Tate?
Yes.
Becky Beisel? Yes. Jessica Dressley? Yes. Mike Reese, not present. Stephanie Malm?
Yes.
And Brian Davis.
Yes.
Whereas as resolved by the Hastings Public School District School Board to gratefully accept these gifts. Sorry.
Thank you so much for those gifts. That is always a wonderful part of these meetings when we get those in. Our next thing on the agenda is last day, school day for seniors, June 3rd, 2022. Superintendent McDowell, you want to give any context to that for the public?
Yep, we'll just be quick on this one. As we're coming out of COVID, getting back into normal, it's been past practice of the school district to have the last week of school for seniors not be in session. And it also, we've discovered, has been tradition for the school board to actually make the approval of that to happen at this meeting. So, and as I looked back at a couple of videos for prior to COVID, the prior superintendents shared information like under Minnesota statute, students are expected to be in school for 1,020 hours. Our seniors will have been in, or no hours, 1,020 hours. Our seniors will have been in school as of June 3rd, 166 days. They are in school. We program them for school for 6.25 hours, which equals 1,037 and a half hours. So our seniors will have made the requirement, and so I recommend that we get back into this tradition of the board formally making seniors' last day the last Friday before the last week of school.
Just anecdotally, I mentioned this to my daughter last night that we had to vote on this, and she was like, "What?" She just thought it was a thing. Yeah, she was. I'm sure that any senior is like, "What do you mean you have to vote on this?" So I need a motion to approve that the last day of school for the seniors will be June 3rd, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say
All the
aye.
senior parents get in. Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. They'll be thrilled. All right, we have another resolution designated One Bridge benefits as third-party administrator and Washington Trust Bank as trustee. Can somebody give some context to that before we go through that? Jen.
No, sorry. Not Jen.
Who are you pointing to?
That should be Kathy Mullen.
Oh, Kathy.
Sorry. I was thinking this.
In March, I came to you and asked you to give me early authorization so that I could act on starting the implementation of OneBridge as our vendor for the flex spending and the VIVA accounts. We are in the middle of that process. We're doing our open enrollment, and these are the formal documents that need to be approved in order for us to transfer that trust and that coordination of benefits over to OneBridge. So this is just the formal. If you'll remember, I said there may be some formal action that we need to take later. This is the formal action.
Thank you for that context. That's very helpful. Time flies. I had actually forgot when you came to do that. So I do need a motion to approve this. Oh, it's a resolution. It's going to be read. Okay.
All right, whereas a meeting of the school board in the Hastings Public School District was properly notified and held during which of the following resolutions were passed? Be it resolved that the school board of the Hastings Public School District approves the removal of Matrix Trust Company and further, and the engagement and appointment of One Bridge Benefits Incorporated as third-party administrator and Washington Trust Bank as trustee for custody and administration of the Hastings Public Schools VEBA Trust and Health Reimbursement Arrangement Plans effective as of July 1st, 2022, and be it further resolved, the school board grants authority to its authorized officers and representatives to take all action reasonable and necessary to effect the removal of Matrix Trust Company and further, and the transitions of services data and plans assets to One Bridge Benefits Incorporated and Washington Trust Bank. In witness thereof, the Hastings Public School Board has caused these resolutions to be executed by a duly authorized representative of the Hastings Public School District. Can I get a second?
Second.
And a roll call vote. Jessica Dressley.
Yep.
Becky Beisel, yes. Carrie Tate.
Yes.
Mike Reese is not here. Lisa Hedin.
Yes.
Stephanie Malm.
Yes.
Brian Davis.
Yes.
And the following voted, it's resolved. Sorry.
Thank you.
That brings us to the CESO contracts. That's Jen.
All right, so there's two different contracts for CISO. There's one that's facilities and maintenance, and the other one is transportation, routing, and oversight. So if we look at the facilities one first, that includes a facilities, capital, and maintenance planning staff member that comes in and helps the district with those activities. And then a second piece of that one is the environmental health and safety services. Again, we contract for a staff member that comes in and helps the district with those services. We look at the transportation oversight. That one has two components. The first one is the transportation routing services for special services. And then the second piece of it is the transportation oversight for the district. And for that piece of it, they're helping review contract and the contract negotiation with the Hastings Bus Company.
Does anybody have any questions for Jen?
I have one question.
Sure.
And I know that this is next, but it was confusing when I was reading through them. The CSTMN contract and the CESO transportation contract both mention routing, and I'm just wondering what the difference is between what is the difference between the two services if they're both for the same?
So CISO, all of our special ed transportation goes to them first, and it's always based on a student's IEP. It also includes the students that attend our 917 programs. And usually CISO will work with the Hastings Bus Company to provide that transportation. But there are some students that attend like day treatment or are homeless and live outside of Hastings. So that's when CST Minnesota would actually provide that transportation. So Hastings Bus doesn't go outside of Hastings for most of those routes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Jen? Okay, I need a motion to approve the CISO contracts.
So move.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Let's move to the CSTMN Pupil Transportation Contract. Jen, any additional information we need on this one? Okay, I need a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? I know it sounds like I'm saying second. I'm asking for a second. Any conversation on this one? You got that question answered, Carrie? Good. All right, so those in favor of this contract signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Mail contract. Who's going to tell us about this one? Whose turn is it? Okay.
This is a contract that we got for the asbestos abatement for this summer for Kennedy and for Tilden. We're replacing the asbestos mastic floor at the Kennedy cafeteria and the Tilden gym. So this document is for the MAVO to perform that work. It's in the amount of $30,000 for the both sites together.
Got it. I need a motion to approve.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Any questions for Cam? Wow, Cam, you stayed here all this time to not get any questions. Still love you, though. Anybody in favor? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. You're a hero. You're a hero, man. Next up is Health and Safety Measures Resolution.
All right, so after we originally discussed this, I wrote some things out, so I think I can capture what we've got and make it as simple as possible. The discussion item, Becky, if you'll go to page 2 of this one and pull it up, we are the last bullet on page 2 where it starts, yep, right there, it starts with visitors. So the motion you would be enacting on would be to strike the second sentence starting with visitors altogether. So visitors will not be allowed, that goes away. And then what we would do, so it would be one sentence that would read, visitors will be restricted during the school day to essential personnel, such as volunteers or visitors for operational or academic support, comma, parents, comma, guardians, comma, grandparents, period. So essentially, we're restricting visitors except for the people listed in that. And that captures what I thought I heard earlier and keeps it simple.
Yep, I concur with that. So do we need to read it, or do we just need to vote on it?
Make a motion such as that we will add parents, guardians, and grandparents to the end of the first sentence and strike the second sentence in totality.
I move that we make the adjustment to the resolution as described.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to Director's Contract MOU.
That'd be Kathy.
That'd be Kathy.
This MOU that's coming before you tonight is an MOU to make a correction to the director's contract. When we were working on the supervisors and the director's contracts in October of last year, September, October, we were working very hard to align language across contracts so that it was the same language. So that language was drafted and used in the supervisor contract. However, when it got transferred to the director's contract, that amount did not get adjusted to correlate to the salaries of the contractor group. So this MOU is a correction to that amount, to the amount to cover the tax shelter match amount.
So for this specific contract, is there going to be retroactive payments made, and if so, how much?
No. So the first year of this contract was already done by the time we had, so that had already passed a year. So that year was already done and paid. This was September when we did it. The language had been applied as if it had stayed in place. So this correction actually will correct what is currently being done because the adjustment hadn't been made on the payroll side.
And since you've realized this, have there been efforts to then make sure that the other contracts are being executed as written and as intended on all of that as well?
We have not changed any other contracts yet. We have about 12 contracts that expire on June 30 that we'll be working on, but yes, that will be part of the process.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I guess, is there an audit process that's in place to make sure that this wouldn't happen again, or will there be one going forward to make sure that that's part of the checks and balances?
It was a proofing thing that just got missed when we were proofing the contracts. So there's not another layer or somebody else that proofs them after we do that. It was just missed through the proofing process.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Lisa.
I would make the motion to approve the contract MOU.
Oh. Looking for a second, please.
Second.
Any more discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
That brings us to requests for information and future topics. This is something, oh, go ahead, Bob.
I was going to say, I sent this out in my weekly email, and the idea for this was to try and figure out a solution to getting people, one, the several board members, we've had that, we talked about it tonight. How do I get something on an agenda? What's the process? The other is, how do we just talk about, how can we talk about something? And so this is just an idea as a motion. If people like it, we can keep it as a standing, but the idea is, and I got it from a veteran superintendent that it worked in their district fairly well, that school board members were having the same type of questions, concerns, was have a standing item that people bring to the meeting. Here's what I'd like to have talked about. The board simply agrees that, yep, we want to have that on a work session, or we want to have that on a business meeting. And that way it gets away from the whole, how do I get this on? How do I knock it on? If you know in advance. That's the intent.
Love the intent. Is it listed as an action item for action, or is it kind of a discussion-y topic?
So the way I understand it, that it has worked, is it lives here as a standalone action item, and then you would make the motions as they come up. So for example, I would make a motion that I want to talk about cell phone usage in schools. Can we add that to an upcoming work session? Yes, make a motion on it quick. And so therefore it's the whole board deciding, yes, we want to talk about this, or the board could say, yeah, maybe later, bring it up again, we'll talk about it in 6 months. But that way the board as a whole is aware of what's it kind of takes care of a bunch of different things that I've been hearing over the past 3 months of how do we get stuff on an agenda.
So I'd like to make a motion to talk about the graduation requirements of the board for a graduation ceremony.
Could I talk about, so we've had a discussion about this as a parent of having a graduate. Do you stand with the board, or is your obligation with your child? When do we families?
Past practice is you're at the board, and typically you get first dibs on shaking hands, hugging, where you are, that type of thing.
Is that in a policy? So we can discuss.
So my question is, who hands out the, because they get their diplomas the week before, so it's just their diploma sleeve. Who hands those out? Is there or do they just grab them off the table, or how does that happen?
The diploma hands out the jacket.
The jacket.
The jackets are, okay, the jackets, it's typically, it's been Dave Russell Larson that does the reading, and then the jackets are handed out as they're coming through the stage by, is it David doing it? Is David doing that too?
No, and the reason you can't remember is last year was weird, and we all just stood there and like nodded sincerely.
Oh, yeah,
and we
that's
parade
right.
waved.
You're right. Yep, I remember.
And then I shockingly got a hug out of the deal. I had been told that was not going to happen.
Yep, you remember.
Parade waved.
I remember.
What past practice has been is the graduates meet at Our Saviors?
Our Saviors.
Okay. And at the same time, the board meets in another room at Our Saviors, and we take the program, and somebody / Becky has drawn lines in there divided into groups of 7, right? And we walk in and say, oh, I'd kind of like wherever the H's fall. And everybody picks a group, right? And you'll figure out what group you're in. At the same time, you kind of look through the program and you say, I want to do, these 5, like that don't maybe align with your group, like your daughter's best friend, or this, kid you never thought was going to make it. And you got to look him in the eye and go, oh my God, I can't believe you're here. It's fabulous. You just make those circles, and then you kind of keep the program with you. And then if there's a conflict, like if we all desperately want to give the jacket sleeve to the same person, I think it's just flat out wrestling. I don't know. Unless it's Becky's kid, because I'm not getting in a wrestling match with him. I'll just concede that she gets to hand out the thing. But otherwise, you just talk about it. You take a block, and then the person who's behind the person, so like if you're handing them out and I'm going to go next, I'm sort of dashing over to the table and making sure I have enough sleeves in my hand to hand them to you. Okay. So you never have to pause. And then I'll just tap your shoulder and go, I got next,
Perfect.
Trade it.
That's what I was wondering. I was hoping that the parents of graduates would at least be able to hand them their sleeves when they
Yeah,
came
because
through
even
the
if you're not
line.
in that part of the alphabet, the person doing it will just say, oh,
Just step back.
yeah, Dressley's coming along, step back, you get to do it, that kind of thing. Absolutely.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep.
That clears it up. Now I'll be okay with being up there and crying because I'll get to hand her a sleeve, so.
I stand by you.
Yep.
It's a really good seat. So that's a good question, though. That's a really, really good question. Because it was different last year.
So does anyone have any future topics they'd like to add to a work session or a regular board meeting?
Well, one thing we did talk about we were going to do is we were going to push off Teamworks a little bit so we could have a discussion at the next work session. Did we not discuss that
Correct.
like 3 hours ago?
So
That
you would like
one-
to have a discussion about having Teamworks at the next work session?
No, a discussion about our future relationship with Teamworks.
Using the
And have
next
that
work
tonight-
session.
You want to have that tonight? is what
No.
No, using
Working
next,
session.
using,
Yeah,
we could-
yep.
Yes.
using
Yeah,
next
at a
work session to do it. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. The other thing was the adding public comment back in. We said that we wanted that to go to the next working session.
Yeah, I believe, and
Okay.
don't quote me on this, but I want to say it's on the docket for probably July. I'm trying to remember. Things got shuffled around because we weren't able to do our retreat, so we're trying to do snippets here and there at our work sessions.
Yep, and so I can readjust some things now.
Yeah.
If what we're saying is, because we do 6 weeks, I got a plan about 6 weeks out with Dennis. So, if we're not going to have Dennis here on May 11th, then that's going to change a bunch of stuff.
Okay.
Any other topics?
Yeah, and I had already talked to Brian about this, but I'll just say it for the board's sake, is at a future board meeting, I think we talked about maybe in August, get a report from the administration on the first year of our discipline policy. Just have it as a report.
Yep.
And kind of
Yep.
establish a baseline to see the effectiveness, and then we can learn as policy if we need to take something back.
Isn't that something, though, that you would want to get the feedback from the teachers now before they leave for summer break?
No, I'd want to get the feedback from the administrators at each site about the cumulative data. So they need to gather that data and assess it and then make a report to us.
Okay, got it. I guess I like this process. My only question would be when we think of topics in between meetings. I had talked to a city council member and they had said, I don't think anybody wants to go through what we went through tonight with adding topics, right? So having those items added, or I talked to a couple of other board members from other districts too. Some of them say that if one board member wants something, it gets added to the agenda, and then of course when you call for approval of the agenda, somebody may make a motion to take it off. Another district said that they have, if two board members want something on an agenda, it gets added on. So I would just like some clarity around that if we want to implement a process like that.
So maybe that would be so we have a policy about adding stuff, which I think I heard us talk tonight. We need some clarity around that. Mm-hmm. Maybe that thing is a topic, that itself should be a topic at the work session. How do you want to go as a board adding things? And if you need to reset, you reset. And if you don't, you don't. So I'll put that as the third one.
Sorry to go back. Yes, good.
Okay.
Sorry to go backwards though. The bringing public comment back to the full board. If you don't start talking about that until July, it won't be implemented, I would assume, before the school year starts. So I would ask that we just start discussing that sooner.
Yeah, and I can appreciate that. So I think that's something that we originally had it for May, and then it got pushed to June, and then it got pushed to July because priorities came up for the work sessions. But I wonder if maybe that's something that we reevaluate, and maybe it's a longer work session. I mean, it's 11:08, so do we want to be here this late? No. But have we demonstrated that we can? some of us. But it is, I think it's an important topic because it's something that continues to be echoed by the board as a whole and by the community.
So just to resort back to a process question, so right now we're just throwing things out and we're writing them down. Is there going to be a cumulative approval? I don't think there's anything that people have vehemently disagreed with to this point. But procedurally, would you say, hey, I kind of want to talk about policy 206 in a larger board meeting. Let's get that in a work session prior to July.
Here was
Thumbs
my
up,
thought.
thumbs down.
My thought was,
What's happening?
we, kind of a crude process this first time, but my thought was, I'm making a list as you're bringing them up. My thought was I go back to the top and say, I need a motion on this one. Quick vote, because you've already discussed stuff, so you probably don't. And then yes, no, and that way we set the precedent that that's how we're doing it.
So I would like to motion that we discuss at one of the work sessions prior to the next, or to the annual evaluation, that we have a process so that it's fair to not only all the board members, but so that's fair to Bob, that we have a process that we, for delivering the evaluation and for what input each board member is to give for that evaluation. So
I would second that, and then can I open it for discussion? Because I want to discuss it. I think to have that discussion before the annual review is due, for sure. So, which means it's like now.
So, and just to be clear, the process that would be up for discussion would be the process of what the board, how the board completes it.
Yep.
Because as per my contract, we agreed on what the evaluation would be for this round. Yep, I'm just clarity. Yep.
No, this is totally process-based, but we're just gonna have to really quickly figure out that date.
Okay.
Because we've got a May work session and the June work session. The June work session will be too late, right?
So far I have 4 things to go on work sessions. Yes?
What's the date of the June
Okay.
work session?
So then, is there anything else? All right, then our crude process will be crude. I need a motion. We have discussions about, let's see, putting the report on the about discipline policy, having a report by the administration on the discipline policy. Tell me by when you said again?
My understanding was maybe by August.
By August.
And I thought that was probably a board meeting, because I think that'd be a good report for the public to hear. And it's less about the board, engaging in a discussion and changing the policy, but hearing how it's working.
So that would be it. Adding
A motion to add to the August board meeting reports.
So report of discipline policy at the August board meeting.
Okay.
There's your motion.
Anybody got a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carries. Next.
All right. The next one, I have a process for adding agenda items.
When?
Here we are.
Well, here's our process, part of it anyway.
Okay.
So I don't know, we need to,
So we probably don't need to do that one.
no, because already here.
Okay. Then the other one was the superintendent evaluation board process. A
That's
discussion
gotta be
about
in
that.
It does need to
June
be.
8th.
It'll be in May.
June 8th is our work.
It has to be in
It has to be May.
So
June
we're
8th is our
gonna
work
have to
session.
Play around with it.
So May what? What, our work session
be
is
May 11th.
May 11th.
Yep. So
Okay,
I'll just
well,
add it in May.
Yep, May 11th.
So you got a motion second.
That's the motion. I'm motioning that we have that on May 11th at the work session.
seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
And I feel like there was one more, but
Graduation. But we already talked about it.
Yeah, that's not really that also has to be in May. Otherwise, we just lose our window.
Okay.
Yeah, it's already gone.
So then we have a discussion about teamwork.
Yes, but it'll be in May. That's what I'm proposing. I need a second.
Second.
All in favor? Those opposed? Carries.
Can I make one, sorry, afterthought? There was one request, I had sent it to you, Brian, before. I think it's important that as a
Did I
board.
miss one?
That's okay. Well, it's policy, but it's not. So I think as a board, we need to have a conversation around actually implement the procedure for going through with policy 215.
Oh,
Because we have the policy written, but the procedure is execution by the entire board. Because we have a recommendation of what we should do, but I think as a board, we need to have a discussion and agree to what that means.
Discussion about the process of 215.
Do we want that to go to policy first, to just kind of take a look at what maybe other districts are doing and then come with all that, like, and not even coming with a recommendation, but coming with like, here's the information so that there's substance to, but I'm just thinking I want there to be some substance to drive that conversation too.
if you can do it expeditiously, I'd say, yeah. If it's going to be way back on the docket, then we have to do it differently. But if you can get it in and when you're meeting sooner rather than later, yeah. Yeah, I know.
We can always add another meeting.
How many of you guys doing a month right now?
Just one.
Oh, geez, we used to do two. Yeah, we just need to try to get it sooner rather than later, but I think going through policy probably makes sense.
Well, I mean,
I think I get why you're saying that, because we could have this like philosophical discussion and
Sure.
we could try and brainstorm our own stuff, but other districts have implemented this and are going to have some procedures that have been effective or not effective.
Right.
I mean, maybe it's as simple as a data call through MSBA. So while I do think maybe I would agree it makes sense to bring it into policy. It might not be a heavy lift for policy, but it might be about doing the data sweep.
I just want to make sure it doesn't get lost, so I just want to know where we're going to put it.
Well, I think June, because we've got policy in May.
June 8th?
If that's the right date, I don't have it.
That's the work session date.
Yeah, I would add it to June.
What? No, I mean the next one. I mean the June one. So June 8th. So what's on the table is proposing to have the 215 discussion on the agenda for the work session on June 8th. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Wow, that's awesome. I do. I like it too. I think it'll work.
Good.
All right, future meetings. We kind of talked about that a little bit, didn't we? We sure as heck know where the work sessions are for the next couple.
A point that I'd like to raise for Bob to consider, and he can get back to us on, is the 18th policy meeting is the same day as our staff recognition event. And while it works fine for the board members' agenda, because we just have to stroll over there afterwards, if that's a staff conflict, or if we can't get the right people to be available for policy, maybe we need to adjust the time, possibly not the date, maybe we can slide the time a little bit and hold the overall calendar. Just something to look into and then get back with us on.
We may need to look at a different date, but I can look at that.
Yeah, just take a look at if it really results in a conflict, because we could be done prior, but
When's recognition start?
4.
4? So Bob will take a look at that? Okay.
and then the other question I had, and it might not be relevant now that we're pausing to reconsider Teamworks, is my understanding is we can't get a retreat because apparently we just can't. It hasn't happened for months. That we would consider extending work sessions to starting at 5 o'clock and doing some of that, but are we going to push that till after May?
Let's wait till we have our conversation and figure out where we're at, and then we'll figure out what we need to do next.
Okay.
But we definitely are in agreement that we need the team building component. We just need to figure out how we want to go at it collectively so that we're all on the same page and in agreement. That's going to be really important. All right. With that, if there's nothing else, I need a move to adjourn. We got what? Yeah, so what do we even do with this? Mike's not even here. Mr. Edison, could you please come to the table for the last time this evening? So we've got this closed meeting sitting here to adjourn to, and we don't have all our participants. So what do you advise how do you advise we proceed?
Legally, you can move forward. I verbally heard him state before he left that he asked for the discussion to take place in open session, and I think others heard that too. So if the board wants to continue with this discussion, we can move forward, and because he asked for it to be in an open session, it would be in public.
Okay, so I'm not reading the script then, huh?
John, if they're moving forward to that, do they need to change item 10 on the agenda to reflect the change?
Yes, I'd recommend doing that. You could just take out that closed session language and just say, have it start as preliminary consideration of allegations against an individual subject to the board's authority.
Did you get that, Becky? More or less?
I move to make the change as recommended by council.
Second.
I'm sorry. So we just move to straight to the possible action piece? All right. So we have a first and a second. Is there any discussion? Yeah. Yeah. All right. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. All right. That brings us into this component then of the meeting that is now open. I am now going to turn this meeting over to Mr. Edison for the next component. Go ahead, John.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I had planned to use this as an opportunity to introduce myself, but there's some issues that I had to address earlier in the meeting, so you know who I am. My name again, I'm John Edison. I'm the attorney for the school board, and just kind of by way of a brief introduction, since I'm meeting all of you face to face for the first time. My practice as an attorney is basically exclusively representing government entities. I've done that ever since I've graduated from law school. I've practiced in an area that involves representation of school districts and school boards for over 10 years. And I bring to the table experience and having worked through issues for school districts all over the state of Minnesota, everywhere from bigger districts in the metro area to small school districts in greater Minnesota that are very small school districts. And the demographics of those communities just vary in a variety of ways. And so I think that context is important, just so you know who I am and where I'm coming from, and to frame what I'm about to say. Because there's been a lot of discussion about, there's been a lot of discussion about unequal treatment. And as I view what we're about to discuss, this goes way beyond that. Essentially, you have a situation where there's one board member who is doing things that are inappropriate in a lot of ways. And I feel that it's something that the board needs to address. And I've discussed this with the vice chair, the chair, and Superintendent McDowell as part of the conversations that I would typically have in any school district I work with where there are allegations against a superintendent or board member, for example. So just so you know, that's the practice that we've followed here. It's what I've done other places. And we're here now so the whole board can have a discussion about this. And the purpose of this discussion is to talk about the concerns that have been raised to give everyone an opportunity to provide input. I'll make a recommendation about what I think the board should do, and then it's ultimately up to you about what you want to do. So we're here tonight because there has been conduct that by board member Mike Reese that warrants consideration by the school board in terms of what you'd like to do to address it. And as I said, my role tonight is to help guide the board's discussion on this topic, help answer questions, and make a recommendation, which you can choose whether or not you want to accept that as a group. And you know, if Mr. Reese would have stayed for this discussion, he would have had an opportunity to provide his perspective on the situation. And he chose to leave. And quite honestly, I think the fact that he chose to leave after we spent the first 2 hours of this meeting discussing various items that he wanted to raise is relevant to the discussion that we're going to talk about in terms of the concerns that we have about some of his recent behavior. So with respect to those concerns, and I'm going to try to be as concise as I can out of respect for how long we've been here, but this is an important issue and I just want to make sure that I'm giving you the full picture. So if you feel like you're not getting information in the summary I'm about to give you, please ask questions. You know, I can help answer them. Superintendent McDowell can too. But essentially there's four general concerns about the conduct that he's engaged in recently that we wanted to raise before the board. The first is, you know, from what I've seen in emails that have been shared with me, there's been conduct that essentially amounts to attempts to direct the work of the superintendent when he has not been given authority to do that. And in particular, there have been a number of requests for information and demands made on your district administration that have been frankly unreasonable. And we'll talk about that a little more. I'm talking about things like sending a request for information, and then when you don't get a response, sending the exact same request the next day. And then the next day, send the same request, and repeatedly sending the same type of request for information. That is not a reasonable expectation that any board member should have on your district administration. Your district administration is responsible for running the schools of the school district and serving your students. And to expect that they're just going to drop everything to respond to a request for information, particularly if it's not pertaining to a matter on the board's agenda, it's just inappropriate. And so that's one issue. The next issue, which we've discussed already in this meeting to some degree with respect to the attorney-client privilege, and I'm happy to talk about that more in terms of my position on that issue, is the fact that, and this cannot be disputed, there's email correspondence that proves this happened. He unilaterally made a decision to send a privileged email that I sent to the board to a variety of outside organizations, including the media and some others. And I view that as a very, very serious issue that the board should address. And the reason I think that needs to be addressed is because while some people may not feel the information contained in that letter was as sensitive as maybe other issues I might advise the board on, you know, I understand that, and quite honestly, I agree with some of what you said about that, Ms. Tate. I mean, it is a letter where I certainly could have written about other issues that I'd have significantly more concerns if they got released to the public. But that's not what this is about. This is about one of you unilaterally deciding to share private, privileged information without the approval of the full board, and doing that with the knowledge that you shouldn't be doing that. He knew. And the reason I say that is because the letter I sent the board said in the introductory paragraphs that it was privileged and it should not be shared with outside organizations. So what happened then was, you know, he immediately started sending emails, and I received some of them, and I'd made a choice not to respond because it was obvious that he was asking rhetorical questions that were designed to start an argument. And had he read the letter, he would have known the answer to the questions that he was asking. So then a couple days later, he sends the letter via email to a variety of outside organizations. And he knew exactly what he was doing, in my opinion. A couple days later, does the exact same thing with the same letter. And it was at that point, and you know this because I sent another correspondence that included the full board, where I addressed this issue with him. And I was hoping I wouldn't have to do that, but I did. And I included all of you on that. I considered that to be more confidential legal advice provided to the board about this issue. And within an hour of me doing that, he sends another email to the media and other people that not only did it include quotes from my privileged correspondence, it completely took what I wrote out of context. And I have to say that any reasonable person that would have compared what I wrote in the email to him versus what he shared, it's obvious that there were bits and pieces of things that were cherry picked from my advice that were shared outside of the district. And I have a lot of concerns about that as the attorney for you. And I'm just going to lay a few out there for you. Number one, there could come a time and a place where I have to send you all a letter about an issue that is extremely sensitive. It could potentially involve significant potential liability about something, hundreds of thousands of dollars. I deal with those types of cases. And what I do in those situations, a lawsuit, for example, is I often send the board a confidential letter outlining my analysis of the case and my recommendation. And if there's exposure, I will say that. I might say I didn't this time around because it wasn't an issue, but if you're sued and I sent you a letter saying, you know, you might be liable here and here's what I think the exposure could be. I don't want someone else to see that information. And if that got out there and the other side in a lawsuit saw that, that'd be extremely harmful for the district. So that's why this is such a big deal. Second issue is when that kind of stuff starts to happen, it calls into question the trust that we can have about whether any confidential information can be shared with a person. Because if someone is willing to do something like that, where are you going to draw the line? Is that person going to start sharing private information about an employee situation, student situation, all of that stuff? And so I meant it when I said it earlier to the school board that, you know, you are trusted with a lot of sensitive information in your positions, and you have to respect that trust. That's an obligation you owe to the school district as board members when you were elected. And there was a disrespect of that here. And so, I mean, I've got the dates of those emails. I think you all, some of you were copied on them. I can't remember if all of you were. So I won't talk about that further. The third issue, and I think this is related to the first one, is just the volume of requests for information that have been submitted to your district's administration by board member Reese. There is no comparison in terms of the frequency and volume of information he's requested from your administration compared to what any of you sitting here have. And, you know, different members of the board have asked, you know, had in varying levels of frequency have asked the administration to provide information. And I think, you know, by and large, I know that there are disagreements here about various things. I know some of you feel like you maybe don't have the same access to information as others, but this really isn't a new board member versus longstanding board member issue, or, you know, where you stand on a particular political side issue. It's a situation where there's one of you who is taking up an inordinate amount of district administration's time in terms of submitting requests to the district's administration. And not only doing that, but doing it in an extremely disrespectful way. And, you know, like I mentioned, sending the same request multiple times every day. That's just not appropriate behavior. And I would hope that you as a board would expect more of your colleagues in terms of how they treat your employees. Another thing that is a concern is that there have been allegations made directly to the media about district representatives, including some people who are in this room tonight. And that raises a few concerns. You know, one of them was there was an email that was sent to the media yesterday alleging that there were illegal violations of the open meeting law in terms of the posting of the closed session that was scheduled tonight. At no point did Member Reese seek clarification in terms of what the law actually says on that issue and what the district's administration actually did, and the board chair actually did to ensure that there was compliance with the law. Had he done that, he would have known that things were done properly. He certainly, pursuant to your school board policy, there's a protocol for how complaints are supposed to be made against people, and he didn't follow that. Said he sent an email to the public that made false allegations against your employees. If that continues, that's going to be an issue for you as a school district, and I think you need to address it. So I can go into more detail on these things if you want. There are a number of board policies outlined in policy 201 and 209, provisions of your board member code of conduct that are implicated here. And we can certainly talk about that. And so ultimately, my recommendation for the board in this situation is I think this is something where you have to adopt a resolution addressing this behavior. I think for if this continues, there could be an issue in the future where you could face some liability if these types of disclosures and this type of behavior continues. And so I think you need to adopt a resolution as a board saying that this is behavior that you don't endorse, and that when he's doing it, he's acting in his own capacity. And, if he chooses to continue doing things like releasing private or confidential information, he's acting outside the scope of his duties as a board member, and he's engaged in malfeasance in office, willful neglect of duty, and bad faith. That's how serious I look at this type of stuff. And, I'm hopeful that all of you will take a step back from some of the differences of opinion that you've had and look at this and think, is this really how a board member should act? And so with that in mind, I've got two different drafts of a resolution that I've prepared for the board's consideration tonight. There's two different options. One of them is a resolution that disavows board members' conduct. And it outlines kind of what the concerns are, and then is a statement by the board saying that you disavow what has been done here. Essentially, the significance of that is it's basically you as a board saying, this isn't us. He's not acting on behalf of us. We don't agree with it. And in the future, if it continues, we're going to do something more significant about it. The most drastic option of which would be removal of a board member. And we're not talking about that tonight, just to be clear. So that's one. And the other would be a resolution imposing a censure. And a censure is basically more or less, a reprimand that would be imposed by the board. It's commonly done when there's a concern about an elected official's behavior that warrants the board to speak out on something. And there are other things the board could do at some point if this type of thing continued. One would be removal from committee assignments is something that has been done in the past. Removal of a board member is something that is an option, but just to be clear, since we're talking about this in public, no one is recommending or talking about that right now. But if this kind of stuff continues, we could get to that point, and that's why I think it's important that you address it. So with that, I've got this draft resolution I can hand out. It's dense, and I hate to say that you're going to have to read through it at this time, but I wanted to give you an opportunity to read through it before any decisions are made, of course. And so with that, I don't know if Superintendent McDowell, you care to comment on any of this given your experience, or if there are board member questions, we can talk about those before I hand out the resolution.
I don't have anything to add at this point.
Jessica.
So we do have a policy that addresses this, and we're not following the steps if we do the resolution, then we're not following the steps that we have set out in policy 215 in the first place. So what is that for then?
Yes, go ahead, Carrie.
So, I mean, I'm going to be very open and honest here. One of my biggest frustrations with the way 215 was implemented on me was because it was implemented weeks after something happened. So, to me, it feels like if there were concern, I mean, it sounds like this didn't all happen in one day, correct? And if you are, in my opinion, if you are reprimanding someone for the behavior, it's something that needs to happen soon after that behavior. And to me, this very much feels like it's been mounting and mounting and mounting, and we're waiting until it's this major thing before we're going to do something about it. And this is one of the reasons that I wanted to talk about 215 as a group, because I don't think it's fair to the individual to not recognize the issues at hand when they happen.
On a slightly different tact, could you, Mr. Edison, summarize the difference between the two recommendations or the two resolutions that you have? Thank you.
I'd be happy to do that, and I can address the concern that was raised about 215 too, and give some more context about how we got to this point if you'd like, because I think there is some information that you all have not heard yet that'd be helpful to explain how we got here. So I'll start with to answer the question about the disavowing the conduct versus the censure. You know, quite honestly, I drafted the resolution such that they're very similar. They're almost identical, except one says it's a censure, the other is disavowing the conduct. And I think the differences they're very subtle. So one would be, I think a censure would be considered by many to be more serious in terms of a response. And disavowing the conduct would be more of a statement, in between not doing anything or an individual conversation with the board member and a censure. It kind of falls in that category. But I mean, as a practical matter, other than expressing the board's feeling that it warrants a more significant response, there's not really a big difference between the two as a practical matter. So then on policy 215, I was anticipating some discussion about that, and I'll offer my thoughts on that. First of all, the way I read policy 215 is it talks about responses to conduct. So in some situations where there's an allegation made against someone, and I alluded to this earlier when we were talking about closed sessions, you might have to do an investigation as a board. And so, typically when that would happen, if there's an allegation against someone that would require an investigation, and it was something, sometimes my office deals with those types of situations all the time directly with administration, if it involves like a teacher, a paraprofessional, or a custodian. And we will work on the investigation. Then if the board needs to be involved to make a final decision, then it gets to the board level. But if it's something that involves like a superintendent or a board member and an investigation is required, typically what we would do is go into closed session to talk about it with the board, and then talk about the need to do an investigation. The board can authorize that, have a conversation about who would do it, and then get the investigation done, get the facts gathered, come back to the board and say, okay, here's what the investigation showed. And then my role at that point, along with district administration, would be to make a recommendation to the board. And so I'm telling you this because I think that's some important context for policy 215. I think, in my view, all of that stuff would happen before 215 becomes relevant, because of the investigation, you're trying to figure out what the facts are. And I know there was another situation here, and quite honestly, that I was not personally involved in what happened there, so I don't want to speak to things I wasn't involved in. I'm just focusing on the issue that I'm dealing with right now. So then where I think 215 becomes relevant is after you've determined that things have happened that warrant a response from the board and what your response is going to be. And I look at the way that policy is written as being similar to the progressive discipline steps that are outlined in a collective bargaining agreement, like a teacher's contract. And so there, oftentimes you'll see there's steps of discipline. So it ranged from a verbal reprimand to a written reprimand to a suspension without pay, typically to discharge, and it goes along those steps. And the way that has been, and sometimes, you know, in a grievance situation, a union might argue that school district cannot jump around on those steps. So what you'd have to do, what they'll argue, and I've seen argued before, is that you start with a reprimand, and then you can't go to a suspension until you've reprimanded someone. And then you can't go to a discharge until you've suspended someone. And I don't agree with that. There are circumstances where you can skip steps if the circumstance warranted. And the way I read your policy, and you know, there can be different interpretations of this, and it's going to be up to you as a board to decide how you want to interpret it, quite honestly, is that in a situation like this one, you could decide to move up those steps. And so here, I guess, ultimately, and going back to the question about the difference between disavowing and a censure, I'd say that, you know, the resolution disavowing what happened would be more like the step 2 on that policy. And then censure is listed as the 3rd step in that policy. So that's how I look at it. And then in terms of, you know, to your point about why was this allowed to percolate, or that you're feeling that it may have been, it wasn't. I mean, I'm just going to be frank with you, it wasn't. My office has had a number of conversations with Superintendent McDowell about how to address what Board Member Reese is doing. And we've tried a variety of tactics before we got to this point. One would be, you know, initially he was getting responses to requests that he was making. And, you know, he's said a lot of things, and he had that stack of documents in front of him tonight. But ironically, whenever he quoted any of that information, there'd be 1 or 2 sentences that he would read from them. So there's a lot of documentation about this that has not been shared in the discussion that's going on. And so one thing that we did was have a conversation. You know, I had a conversation with Superintendent McDowell about where do you draw the line in terms of responding to people? And we did have a conversation about how it's reached the point with him where you could say, I'm not going to respond to this anymore unless the board tells me I have to do that. And that has only been done with him, and there's a reason for that. It's because the stuff that he's submitted is so frequent and unreasonable that it warrants that response. And if you as a board feel like he's asking for information that the superintendent really should provide to a board member, he can raise that at a board meeting, and you all could decide, yes, this is something that he should have. And so we tried that, and the response to that was basically just constant argumentative emails that were being sent on almost a daily basis about this issue. And so rather than do some self-reflection about the impact of what he was doing, it just got worse. And then he started sharing things outside of the district with the media. And so that's how we got to this point, and that's why, you know, that internal effort to try to deal with it didn't work. I will say another thing, and I don't know how much all of you know about this, but you know, because he had been asking for access to all kinds of confidential, privileged communications, I did have a conversation with Superintendent McDowell, and Zach Cronin is another attorney in my office who's worked with your district. He's been involved in discussions here too. We talked to Bob and Brian about setting up a meeting with Mike, where our plan was to have a meeting where it'd be me, Zach, Mike, and Brian, and we would talk about some of the legal issues he was raising. And we offered to meet with him on Thursday of last week, and guess what? He didn't take us up on that. And so a lot of this stuff is just, those are things that we've tried to do, and instead of trying to meet us in the middle, you're seeing what has been happening with comments that have been made to the media that are just flat out inaccurate. So I guess I'll stop there because I'm getting a little long-winded.
I guess with that, I would add, Mike's the only board member that refuses to take a phone call. I have documented unreturned phone calls to him. That's a problem. The district doesn't function with only one way of communication. All of you here have experienced that as well. He's flat out told us that he refuses to do that. That becomes an issue when the only way we have to communicate is via email and not in person. He has not, if we're talking about the offer to come in and get all the information around the teacher's contract as another example, that was offered to all new board members. Again, didn't show up for that. And in addition to that, we put into 3-ring binders all the information from the negotiation session, which a couple of you have. We did exactly the same thing to provide that. I share those only as examples of, while it's ramped up exponentially in the last month, for sure, if not the last 2 weeks, it is a pattern of behavior.
To be fair, Mike does have a day job where he works during the day, so it's not like he can just drop everything when you said you gave him a Thursday opportunity. I know that we had 2 dates on the calendar for the teachers' contract discussions or information sessions. So just wanted to put that out there.
And I think that's fair, which is the reason why at that point in time, I made several phone calls and messages, when can we set up a time? When no response.
And the other thing I'd like to add, just for more context, is our intention when Thursday didn't work was to find time this week to do it. But after he disclosed that privileged letter, I'll be frank with you, my position on that changed, and I said I will not meet with him because I can't trust that he won't record the conversation or try to disclose information. So the reason that meeting didn't happen is because of him and his behavior.
I guess the other thing that I would add to it along the lines of the request for the responsiveness. I think the rest of you around the board here have experienced, a couple of you in the last days, and in fact, hours before this meeting, that when we know that there's something that's pertinent to what's going on with board work, my team drops stuff and tries to figure it out for you, so you have it. And we can provide, I can provide the evidence, but all of you have experienced that. So when we know that it's something you need or that is going to make your board work that you're doing, we're responsive to that. I don't think that really is the issue at hand. So I think that's important to note as well.
So I'm not going to try to make excuses for Mike, but I would like to explain. There have been comments tonight saying that there has been no unequal treatment to the new board members. I disagree with that. I will say Jessica, myself, and Mike all feel it big time. And I am right there with him with frustration. And I said it earlier, we need a retreat. Because this is dysfunctional, the way that we are operating today, and it needs to change because we need to get on the same page on many things so that we can move forward.
And it's my opinion that we aren't going to move forward by censuring or disavowing I mean, why would we not follow the same policy that we have in place for when somebody's violating policy 209?
I actually had a similar question to that, you know, why, I know he refers to them as strikes, they're steps. Step 1, 2, 3, and 4 in policy 215. And if you take a look at policy 215 in the very last paragraph, it says, and I quote, most board member issues and situations are intended to fall into category 1. Categories 2, 3, and 4 are intended for extreme and or repeated instances of violations where category 1 has not resulted in a change in member behaviors. As stated by the district attorneys, it has reached a level where it could be classified as extreme and repeated instances of violations to the level that step 3 may be appropriate. It is, and I've talked to Chair Davis and to Superintendent McDowell about this, because it's really hard for me to pull myself away and focus on the issue at hand when I am the direct target as well. And so I understand that observation of potentially alienation, and agree that we need to have a retreat. But this issue has gotten to the extent where we are not functioning as a board, and we need to take action to address this concern, because at this juncture, I would argue that it is a liability to not take action. And I do not want to present the district with any potential lawsuits where we could prevent them, because as a steward to this district, I have a duty, we all have a duty to do what's right, to ensure that we are taking the appropriate steps to address these concerns appropriately and swiftly, and give him the opportunity to do a better job. And if not, then we take other action too. I am very concerned that if we don't take action, that shows complacency, and it shows that we are not good stewards to this district, to this community, to our children, to ourselves, to our duty, to that oath that we took. And I am not willing to reconcile, or not willing to, I am not really willing to relinquish my values and my dedication, because I am beyond frustrated with this. I think we all are, all completely frustrated with the situation, and it needs to be resolved. And right now, this is taking the appropriate steps to make sure we are moving forward in a direction that allows us to focus on the kids.
Since this is public, I want people to know that we've done multiple doodle polls to try and get a retreat together. So it's not like we haven't tried. It's been out there multiple times. It's just been conflicts of everybody's schedules. So let's let me know that it's been a work in progress since January, trying to get a retreat together. Being dysfunctional, needing to work together, it goes all ways. If you guys feel we're not communicating, we've reached out. I've reached out as a mentor. If you feel we're not doing our job correctly, the communication goes both ways. I do feel that sometimes the old board is attacked as well. Just the way you guys feel, you guys are being attacked or targeted. So all these emotions that everybody's having, they're all the same emotions, but we have to figure out, just because I may feel a certain way tonight, I can't take it upon myself to speak for all 7 of us and say my frustrations with how that board meeting went last month, or how I didn't get the response I wanted from an email. I think that's what we're trying to figure out tonight. We do have to work together as a team, and we're trying to figure that out, and we have to figure out a way civilly to do that as a team. Yes, we don't work well as a team, but we've been trying. I work a full-time job. I answer emails, I answer phone calls when I can, I answer text messages. I'm better at texting. So to figure out a way, if we can't take phone calls, or it can't be an excuse as we work, because we all have a life outside of the board as well. So just know that the feelings that you're having, I'm having, Lisa's having, Bob's having, Stephanie's, Brian, everybody's having, they're all feelings that are valid, and we may be feeling what you're feeling in a different way. We may be feeling attacked too. Old board members are feeling attacked, and this is what we're getting said, we haven't done this, you're breaking the law doing this, you're not doing this, you're doing this wrong. We feel the same way, but in a way that we're not making this public known to multiple entities. We can make it known to each other and reach out to each other. I reached out, not as frequently as I should, but you can also reach out to me and say, hey, this is how I'm feeling. What can I do about this? So to work together more as a team instead of pointing fingers. Well, this is how you guys are making me feel. Well, you know what? This is how I'm feeling too, but nobody's ever said. It's just always attacking one another. And I think going rogue or allowing this behavior, whether it's the addressing allegations on Mike or saying, I don't feel my voice is being heard. We have to figure out a way to do that what benefits the district and these children ultimately.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Thank you, Becky. That was really heartfelt and was really accurate in summarizing a lot of the ways that I'm feeling. I would like to take a minute and to bridge off of what Stephanie said and to focus on the action at hand. The behavior that Director Reese has exhibited, specifically in the last couple weeks, is not acceptable. It is not about team building. It is not about serving our students. And the board is the only group of people that can hold a board member responsible. And that's not behavior that we can tolerate. It's not behavior that serves our community, and it doesn't serve our administration, and it doesn't serve our staff. It does not make me feel good to be at this place, but we are responsible to be at this place. And there needs to be a level of accountability to each and every one of us, for each and every one of us. And that's what responsible, high-functioning organizations do, and it is time for us to take that action.
I'd like to call point of information, and I'd like to see the 2 resolutions that you have so that we can.
I'm sorry, just I didn't catch that last part.
So that we can move on with this. I call point of information. I'd like to see the 2 resolutions.
Go ahead and hand that out, John. While you're handing that out, I gotta tell you, I'm kind of like Stephanie. I greatly feel, and this does tend to disagree a little bit with Mr. Edison, that there are steps, right? It's constructed that way. And so I've asked a lot of questions about the skipping and the ideas behind that too. So it's not just something that, a couple of you guys have looked at or thought about. I've thought about it as well in terms of, skipping a step or jumping around like that, and don't honestly know where I fall out on that. I do know that I agree that after looking at some of the resulting things from 215 and such, we need to review it, take a look at that policy, take it back and take a look at it. But where we are right now, in terms of, what do we do with this and the step component of it, it's something that we need to look at, but I don't disagree that I've also kind of struggled with the whole idea of skipping over.
I'm going to request at 12:05, we table this. This is a lot of information at 12:05 a.m. to go ahead and read through and fully comprehend these legal documents.
Mr. Edison, how do we step away from this and circle back to it? Because I do agree with Director Dressley, it's late and we are getting very tired.
You could certainly table it for another discussion. There's nothing that requires you to take action tonight. I mean, I think the risk to doing that is not a legal one. It's more of a administrative issue with, you know, you could end up sitting through another long board meeting.
I'm going to pick it up again. Yeah.
Yep.
I think my concern with moving forward with this tonight, along with being excessively tired, is, I mean, these are allegations without evidence. And I would appreciate the opportunity to speak to Director Reese and at least possibly see some of these emails, because obviously we all haven't been copied on all of this correspondence, and this is new news to us as well.
That's fair. That's fair.
I do want to point out too, though, that Director Reese had the opportunity to be here tonight, and he chose not to be. Furthermore, I can corroborate that these are facts. There is insurmountable evidence to back this up.
I think Carrie's just asking for it to be provided so she can see it.
So I agree, it's late. I can't comprehend what the law says on a good day, let alone 6 hours, and I need to be up in 4.
Oh my God.
I do agree that I want to see if I give Mike the opportunity to send the emails that he has, whatever information he sends us, and also, I don't know if this goes, the lawyers put this together. Do we treat this more as an investigation, or how we go about this, and then possibly have to do this as a closed session? So if there is data privacy involved in it, so that we're not getting any redacted emails either way, so that we're doing this the legal and right way. I'm not saying that I don't believe that this has happened. Oh, no, I
understand.
To make it transparency for all.
I agree.
We give Reese opportunity, send the lawyers all the information, or the district to go into the emails on all sides, however that legally works. But I do agree to table this to either a closed session coming up, or we put it on the date for next time, or a work session. I don't know how that looks.
So I hear everything that you're saying.
Oh, one second. Go ahead, Lisa.
On tabling this, but I disagree. Mike had an opportunity to stay. We knew that this was at hand, and I don't believe anybody is unclear that these things happened. And choosing not to accept our responsibility and hold a board member accountable. I just disagree with that, and I honestly would not look forward to getting back into the email storm from now till May 11th. I don't believe I would get accurate information. I don't believe I would get complete information from Director Reese. And so that's my position at this time.
And I want to clarify, if we do it legally, that he's not sending it to us, that whoever has the authority to go into our emails is doing it, so that there's, I don't know how you put a hold, but even if you delete things, I think there's a way to retrieve them. I don't know anything about technology, you can ask Becky, but I think there's a way to do that. So I think, and I know we have a responsibility to do this, and I know he had the responsibility to be here and do this. But for transparency, for the entire district, the entire Hastings community, everybody's constituents, maybe I just feel that this might be a way to not be peace, but to see, I don't know how to word it.
Well, they're all I feel like they're all our constituents. I don't care if they voted for me or not. They're all our constituents. So, John, how would we proceed on something like this if we looked at it in an investigatory manner?
Yeah, I certainly understand the desire to see some of the underlying emails. I brought some with me tonight, but I'm not going to take them out because we've been here for way too long already. What I would suggest is, personally, I don't think any type of investigation is warranted on this. All of this stuff is in emails, and the emails speak for themselves. So anyone who reads the email will know exactly what was said and when. So with that in mind, I think what I would recommend doing, if the board wants to go in that direction, is, my office could work with Bob and Kathy to try to put together emails that back up what is being said in here so you can see it. I would strongly encourage you to really think about whether it's truly necessary to do an exhaustive search for all emails that have been exchanged, because I don't think that's necessary to address this situation, and I think that would place extreme burden on your administration at a time when I wouldn't recommend that you do that.
To be clear, I'm talking about a sample.
Yep. And so that we could certainly do that for you. And of course, if there's questions about other stuff, we could talk about that. But what I think, maybe we could just compile examples and have that available in the district's main offices for you all to come in on your own time so you can look at it. And then, with respect to giving Member Reese an opportunity to respond, as I was preparing for this meeting, it was my intention to, everyone here has had an opportunity to say their piece, and he would have been included in that. So the next time you talk about this, you have not made a decision about whether investigation or a discipline is warranted yet. So you could set this up as another discussion that would take place in a closed session. And if he wants to have it in an open discussion like he did tonight, he can make that request. And then at that time, he can provide his side of the story, and then you can make a decision.
I just want to ensure, because we've kind of gone around these things before, and to the point of the needing to have the time together just to try to figure out who we all are, right? One of the things I want to make sure we're doing here right now is that if we are asking for supporting documents for these pieces so that we can look at them, that everybody's in agreement that we want to see these, that we want to get these pieces. I don't want it to sound like one person dictated this and everybody else is just forced along. Carrie, you had mentioned wanting to see something supporting. If we can all agree, yes, we are saying to the district, we want to see the support of this, the supporting pieces to this, then it's something we've all requested as a board. And then tabling this, setting a date out, allow Director Reese to say his piece. We'll have had a chance to review this. We'll have the supporting documents. Then we'll have everything in place to have a discussion about it. So I'm just doing a temperature check. Is everybody in agreement that they'd like to see some supporting some stuff that supports this? Is that correct? I just want to make sure they're in agreement on that, and that later I'm not going to hear that somebody didn't want it.
I would just like a chance to read these when I haven't been here for 6 hours.
No, I
and be able
totally,
to-
no, I
so
totally
that
get
was
that.
my-
But would you like supporting docs as well is what I'm asking? You're 50-50. Okay.
So
Fair
I think a lot of us have been CC'd on things, so I think it's, if Carrie wants examples, or if we truly need it to make a decision. I mean, I've seen the,
Oh, I don't disagree.
yeah,
Just
so
sometimes I'm
I'm
saying
not
that when you
asking for
see it,
that. I'm not asking for that, so I think that's, I want to clarify that. I've seen it, I've seen the articles, I've read the articles, I've seen the emails that I've been CC'd on.
fair.
So I just, if Carrie wanted examples, then that's what I thought, maybe we try to do it the right way.
Yes, I'd like to ensure that the
I just wanted
district
to
has
clarify that.
examples available for anyone that wants to come to the office and review them. If you don't want to come to the office and review them, that's fine. But if you want to come to the office and review them, I'd like them to be made available. That's what I'm saying.
And I'm making that request, obviously, without having read every
Of course.
paragraph in here. So
Right.
I may have, absolutely, I may have examples of this stuff in my own email.
Sure.
But I don't know about all of it.
But at least up front with us all in this room, I want to just be on the same page that I am saying, let's have it available in the event that some of us want to come by and see it. I just want to make sure that we're there. And then we, obviously, we table this conversation until such time we've had a chance to review.
So the table requires a second.
I'm getting there. So I'm just making a motion that we table what's on,
Jessica already did.
oh, then I guess I'm seconding.
Why?
I'm sorry, Jessica.
I would just like discussion on a timeline. I don't want this to go for a whole nother month. I don't,
Right.
that's just my request. I don't want a whole nother month of all this or more. If we can prevent more articles, or not even say that we don't need to present. I'm not just gonna stop talking. I just want maybe a
It's not enough
timeline on
time.
this.
I don't think that's enough time. I don't know how, do we set a date now, or can we throw a date out tomorrow?
I really think you got to figure out what I heard two different things with the data request, or not data request, the information. I heard we want to have the board decide as a whole whether we want it, but then I heard you say, no, that's what I want to do, is do that. So I think I'm confused at whether we are or we aren't doing that, because I didn't get a temperature check.
Okay, what I kind of wanted to ask everybody here if having that available at the district office would be something they'd be interested in. And some said yes, some nodded, but I said, you know, it depends on the individual. Carrie said she might find her own, but she might not either.
Right, but again, that's not direction for us as far as what's happening with information. Are we, does the board want us to pull data or not? Because that, quite frankly, that impacts the answer to the next question of, like, what's the timing of this? Because if the group here is saying, I don't really need a ton of data, I just, like to Jessica's point, I just need to read through it when I'm not tired, then I would say many boards would set the date and time even as early as the following day. That's how it works. You're tabling it until you can continue it. If it's something where this group is saying, no, I need more information, well, then you might have to go till Friday or Monday or something like that. So the one answer impacts the other.
Okay.
So set a timeline to have these read and responded if we need more information or not by tomorrow afternoon. Does that give everybody enough time to look at these?
And then determine whether or not.
We need more information or not, and go from there to set a timeline.
That's fair. That's
Set a
fair.
time
So
by tomorrow, or is that today? So a timeline by today that we,
close the business. By close the business, just
what's
send
close
it-
of business?
5 o'clock.
So I get off work at 4, so
Okay.
and I could, 6?
Okay,
Give me
just
time to drive home and
at some
read these.
juncture,
supposed to-
tomorrow evening. I just
I'll
need
do
to
my
know
best to
from
get
each
done.
of you
I'll just do my best to get done by 5.
if you feel you have enough information or don't.
I'll
And
just,
then predicated on that, we will set a time to pick this up again.
So you can't really do it that way, because you've got a table on the, you've got a tabled motion that's seconded already. Well, either that or you got to rescind it and start from scratch, but my recommendation would be, you need to not leave this willy-nilly, because you need to define some stuff. You do need to say, we do want information, we don't want information as a group. You need to say, we're going to meet to discuss this. Our next time to meet to discuss this is this date at this time. You gotta be that clear with it.
It's my opinion that with something, excuse me, with something this serious, we should all have access to the same information to review before making a decision. And what that means, that's the problem. I don't know what that means exactly.
I know I've seen sufficient supporting information that anything additional is not necessary.
I guess my only recommendation would be then, again, because we're hearing split stuff, is I would almost, if we can, back out of the table for the moment and then figure out what you're going to do with the information and then go back to the table. That would be the way I would do it.
Okay, Carrie, do you want to rescind your motion? Jessica, I'm sorry, I'm tired. Let's do that, and then we can work backwards.
So I rescind my motion to table.
I don't think
you need a second. I could do it, but I don't think you need a second. So now what I need to know from the board is, do we want, because kind of to Carrie's point, do we want a set of supporting documents so we're all seeing the same thing? I know some said they don't need it. I'm asking, do we want a set of supporting documents that we're all seeing the same thing with regards to this issue that can be made available in the district office? That's the first question.
So you just someone needs to make that motion, second that, and then.
I'm not making a motion because I don't even know if they want it.
But that's my.
That's how you find out if
All right.
You can't take a straw poll.
I gotcha. Okay, I'm making a motion that we request the district office to provide us with some supporting documentation for the issue at hand and provide it to us and give us a reasonable timeline of when that'll be made available. Does anybody second that?
Second.
Any discussion about it?
I just really hate to make the district do that if we don't, okay.
I know, but I see Carrie's, I know we're discussing it though, and I see Carrie's point about us all seeing the same thing or being able to see the same thing. I get her point. So all in favor of requesting the district to do that, say aye. 3 opposed. 3. So we don't get it. Okay. So that brings us back to. Now you can table it because, yeah.
I table a decision on either of these documents until a determined date.
Yes.
Which we'll have to determine now. What?
Now second that.
I'll second that, and
Now figure out how soon do you want to be back at this?
what's tomorrow?
How much time do you need to read it is really the question.
It's Thursday. It also comes down to people's availability also. It's not just as simple as, hey, let's do it tomorrow. It depends on people's schedules. When's the next time you'd be available, Becky? Figure it out right now. Monday. It's May 2nd. So right now, you're talking May 2nd, correct? Who? We'd have to set it up 3 days in advance, and we'd have to have a just all reason. Go ahead, John.
There are some open meeting law considerations we'll have to navigate, and on the remote participation piece, I don't think you could do that unless you post the 3 days notice.
So Monday night's a problem, right, Becky? Right, that's what I'm saying, Monday night.
Monday night is not a problem.
Monday night works for everyone? Okay, so what we're looking at, what we're proposing then is to table this until Monday night at 6 p.m. Can I do that as a proposal? What's the language? Yeah.
Well, I don't know if we need to discuss this right now. I was just gonna mention that on the open meeting law notice piece, there's two different ways we could go about doing this before you set the date and time. The first would be you could adjourn tonight's meeting, and then we would have 3 days, so you could post the notice as a special meeting for a meeting next Monday. There's another way to do it, which I'd advise just adjourning tonight and posting it as a new special meeting. But if you didn't want to do that, you could recess tonight's meeting without adjourning. And as long as you've got the time and place of the rescheduled meeting stated on the record and recorded in the minutes for this meeting, you don't have to post additional notice.
Yeah. Then, so we'd recess until Monday. I mean adjourn, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that.
I think what John is saying, if you recess, you don't have to post anything. No, you can recess until Monday.
Given some of the issues that we've discussed tonight in terms of compliance with the law and things of that nature, I think what I would recommend doing, just to have documentation of posting so you don't have to get into an argument about it, is adjourn tonight. I can work with district administration to do a special meeting posting. We'll make sure it complies with all legal requirements, and we've got time to get that up for Monday.
So you think we should adjourn it? Okay.
Second.
Well, you made the motion to table it until Monday, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the motion that's on the floor.
Yeah.
And I think Brian seconded.
Yep, I did.
Was that voted on? I kind of lost track of that. Okay.
No, we didn't vote on it. She proposed it, I seconded it.
So your table, if I can clarify, you're tabling this until
Monday.
at 6 p.m.
Yes.
At the next meeting.
Yep.
That's the official thing. So maybe we want to just
Repeat it.
to clarify, so everyone's clear.
So I motion to table this, it's not even a motion, is it, on the floor?
No, just this item.
This item until Monday, May 2nd at 6 p.m.
Second.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Opposed? 4-2. Motion carries. Is there any other business that we have not considered? Nope. All right, with that, then I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Opposed? Meeting adjourned.